but I wanted to touch base on something in regards to AMC because obviously, as it happens every week, people are panicking. Um, you know, Shills are panicking, impatient people are panicking, which it's okay because it's understanding that people are going to panic when, the price of something they're holding goes in the red, right? But one thing I want to touch
Price
on
goes in the
that's
red. I like that.
critical is to remember there's a couple things. It's not really news, but it's something that I want to touch on in regards to synthetic shares, right? We have proof, guys, that synthetics were created in AMC. We talked
Really? I would like to see that. What is this proof of which you speak? Hmm. Okay.
about that on yesterday's video if you guys had a chance to watch that. There's many ways that they are able to suppress the volume of certain individual stocks, right? A perfect example of being able to suppress volume would be looking at a company like Citadel, right? A market maker having,
Okay.
$100 billion of securities that have been sold but not yet purchased in the overall market, right?
Well, uh, I mean, there's yeah. So the security sold, not yet purchased, line on a balance sheet is just simply a way for the company to indicate that those were shares that they sold, right? Because the way it works is they sell them and they have to purchase them within a very, very short window of time. Though those purchase trades are not reported publicly. But what I'm getting at is that they do purchase them. They have been purchased. The fact that they're reporting it on a balance sheet months later uh, as not yet purchased, well, yeah, they were sold at a point in time when they were not yet purchased. So in order for it to be reported in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles, practices, whatever, GAAP, um, that's how it's reported. That is a GAAP standardized GAAP entry. There's nothing nefarious about that. Nothing weird about that. It's GAAP accounting. So that's the nothing burger.
Putting dark pools aside, putting shorts aside, putting naked shorts aside, putting everything aside, we can see clearly with the evidence that we have that supply and demand can be altered just with a market maker selling you something that they never actually went out and purchased. So
Not
it doesn't
true.
have to do just with AMC, right? Because there's many stocks that Citadel's the market maker for, but we're specifically talking about AMC in this video.
Of course.
This is a proven fact that
It's
these
not a
market
proven
makers being
fact.
Virtue, Citadel Securities, and other ones, but it's a proven fact, you guys, that they sell assets that they don't ever go out and buy, right? So they're
It's not a
selling you
proven
that.
fact. It's not a proven fact. You didn't prove it. It's not been proven. What happened is you don't understand what the data is, how it's reported. And, unlike most things in this young man's life, you can't just look at a financial statement, having no experience whatsoever with those, not knowing what these entries actually mean, how it's calculated, what it entails, and make an assumption, and then say that you have conclusive proof or proven facts now. That's not how it works. You can't just do that. Let me put an X-ray in front of you. Can you read that too? Can you tell me which bone is broken? Can you read ancient Greek too? Like what is this? Uneducated people making assumptions about shit they know nothing about somehow becomes proven fact. No, it doesn't. It becomes ignorant speculation.
Truck when they never went out and actually purchased that truck to sell to you. They're selling you something
It's
and,
remarkable,
in
Manny.
hopes of getting it to you later. So,
It's not a
one of the biggest discrepancies with Ape when Ape first launched was, hey, we need to buy Ape, we need to do this, we need to do that. But remember, Ape can be controlled by a market maker selling
Market
you ape,
makers
but
don't
not actually
control stocks. They execute orders on behalf of customers that they get sent or that they purchase from the exchanges. They purchase the orders from the exchanges. That's not controlling the price. If nobody wants to buy a stock, the market maker's not going to trade it. They are standing there ready to trade it. Somebody has to have this, somebody has to be willing to sell you something in order for there to be a market. That's why they're called market makers. They make the market, right? If you go to a flea market, right, you have all these individual merchants with stalls or tables or whatever, and they're selling items and they're making a market. They're selling physical items, but nonetheless, they're making a market. Um, it's not really that different, except instead of uh, T-shirts or hubcaps or whatever, what have you, um, you have securities. Somebody has to be willing to sell it. If nobody is wanting to buy it, then you'll have low volume, and the market maker won't have to make a market in that stock necessarily that much that day. But they don't. They're not controlling the price. They're a financial services company. They are providing a service to investors in the market. That's all. That's really all.
going out and
Wait till he gets to the explanation of how they make money.
purchasing ape. This is, hence the reason we see ape on the downfall, right? These market makers, these Wall Street criminals are able to, temporarily right now, right? Because
It's not a
eventually the
crime
Ponzi scheme doesn't work
at
anymore.
all.
Um, Especially when you get into,
How's it a Ponzi scheme? I don't get that. Wall Street criminals, maybe there's some criminals on Wall Street, but I mean it's not the official market makers. They're not breaking the law, bro. They're allowed to do what they do. In fact, we need them to do what they do. Without them doing what they do, we wouldn't be talking about this. We wouldn't be talking about this at all. We would be doing something else on our Saturday night. But alas, here we are.
a a situation where retail is just buying and holding, and there's no trading going on because market makers make their money based off of trades being executed.
Oh,
So,
right, right.
they're scalping off the top. So we can see with ape, all the
Scalping
buying
off the
pressure ape
top.
has, but it goes down in value. Wall Street creates a synthetic
All the buying. Okay. Where to go with that even? Um, but he said market makers make money when. What did he say?
there's no trading going on. A situation where retail is just buying and holding, and there's no trading going on because market makers make their money based off of trades being executed. So,
Off of trades being
they're
executed.
scalping off the top. So we can
Scalping off the top. Okay, that I guess suppose that's one way to put it. But any merchant, any um, merchant, anybody selling something is going to sell it at a higher price than what they bought it for. That's the nature of profit. I understand why these guys, I guess, don't understand that basic concept, but uh, you're not going to sell it for the same price that you bought it. Then you wouldn't make any money. What's the point then? So you have to be compensated for your service that you're providing. So scalping off the top, I mean, okay, make it sound nefarious. It's simply, I mean, it's a bid ask spread. It's a slight markup um, in order for them to cover their costs and make a profit, which is really the point of being in business. So, okay, scalping off the top.
see with ape, and there's no trading going on because market makers make their money based off of trades being executed. So, they're scalping off the top. So we can see with ape, all the buying pressure ape has, but it goes down in value. Wall Street creates a synthetic dilution, and none of that money,
Synthetic
unless
dilution.
AMC truly does a dilution, actually impacts AMC, right? When AMC does a dilution in Ape, that money actually goes to AMC because they have to give AMC the value for those 20 million shares or whatever it may be that AMC dilutes with. But we're in a situation where we know synthetics can exist. We've seen it with FTX. We've seen that they
Oh,
sold one for one AMC tokenized
here we go with this, with the tokenized stock narrative now with FTX. Okay.
coins, which were supposed to be backed by a share of AMC, but never were. Now, if you dive into the FTX, this happened with your Bitcoin. This happened with many cryptocurrencies, many tokenized, assets that weren't just in relation to AMC. But this shows you that they are selling things out there that they don't ever actually go purchase. So we're not.
I mean, probably not. Probably not. Now, I will say that um, the jury's obviously still out on the FTX saga. That is very much developing situation. Um, we'll see where it goes. And FTX did say that they had some kind of AMC cryptocurrency product. However, that it was not for sale in the United States. Like there is no exchange in the United States that I'm aware of that actually trades where a U.S. investor can buy or sell tokenized securities. The whole point of these assets or whatever tokens, the whole point is to provide access for people in markets where these stocks don't trade. So if you're in Nairobi, for example, or somewhere, and AMC is not listed as a Nairobi depository receipt in that market, but there's a cryptocurrency exchange that does operate there, you can quote unquote trade those securities. But it's not really it's not really relevant here in that sense. Now, also, like I said, we don't know what was going on with those. Maybe they did. Maybe they did hold them. The speculation on all over the internet is that they had a relationship with some brokerage in Switzerland, and then they severed that relationship in 2021, and so that means that they never, they don't have them. Well, we don't know that. It's certainly not conclusive evidence, but yeah. Let's see. G Romanian, thank you. Thank you. Well, it's not about agreeing or disagreeing necessarily, because there are some people who do and some people who don't. But I'm just asking the honest questions here. I'm breaking in with some um, you know where's the evidence type stuff, like uh, and providing context. So in that sense, I don't think it's relevant. It's less relevant whether someone agrees or disagrees, but are they willing to are they willing to take an honest look at what is going on here, what's being said, what's being claimed, what the actual data show. So um, people can come to their own conclusions, and at the end of the day, I think you'll find. Well, I think that we try to make it clear that ev nobody here cares what anybody does with any stock or anything like that. Like I honestly, I couldn't care less what people do. It really doesn't matter to me. But I've always been focused on these influencer grifters, these characters, these snake oil salesmen, charlatan, flim flam men, and how they're operating this whole thing. So to me, that's way more interesting than what a bunch of bag holders are doing with their stocks, right? Okay. Um,
We're not seeing the true supply and demand, and it's not just with AMC and Ape. This is happening all across the board. So we're not being singled out in our AMC play. This is happening everywhere. um, Remember, our politicians and regulators are taking donations from companies like Citadel Securities that execute this manipulation and allow this manipulation to
yep.
happen.
Yep.
This is why, the DD never.
Well, welcome to American capitalism, where the you know, person who gives the most money to the politician gets favorable legislation or lack thereof. Like that's nothing new. And I guess if you're 22 years old and you don't know shit about shit, and this is how you found out, I guess. But yeah, welcome to America, where everything is bought and sold to the highest dollar, highest bidder. Do I have a specific? Do I have a website or specific video that highlights your main argument against? No, I don't have a website, and can't point you to a specific video, but that was kind of the purpose of this video tonight was because I think this video here exemplifies most of the things that are wrong with this whole narrative. And by going through this, maybe we can hit on a lot of that stuff. But Chris is also right here with this. I mean, really, yeah, it is a do your own research and demand evidence. Find actual evidence. And if no evidence exists, well, then you know that's valid. That's a valid outcome, but it invalidates the thesis. So if there's no evidence to support it, why are people believing it? And that's another separate question that I'm not qualified to even ask. But um, do your own DD does not mean go to Reddit and read what some other uneducated person said, right? Some other random anonymous internet user, don't know who they are, what or why they're saying what they're saying, or how they came to the conclusion that they came to. Most of it's unsourced. So you really got to dig deeper. Anyway, that's what we're trying to do. So hopefully you can
Stops,
stick with
okay?
us.
But sometimes you need to take a step back and see that, you know, the only way this can be won is by buying and holding, right? They're crumbling, we're watching it happen. I know it sounds recycled because I
Um,
talk about this a lot, but this is the facts, guys. Like, they're able to do, you can't run a Ponzi scheme if there's not somebody on the bottom supplying the ones on the top, right? You can't run that pyramid scheme. Um, this is a game of, you know, for the first time in history, retail investors own and have full voting power
ooh,
of a company that's listed on the New York Stock Exchange. Why do you think
first
the
time in history,
overall
really. Yeah, see, like that is an interesting statement to make, and I do not believe that it's true. Um, I meant to look this up earlier, but that would be interesting to look up. Um, I, I, I would doubt, I seriously doubt that. Um, especially now, we'll see. Trying
volume
to get
on a
those
given
numbers
day is
here.
off exchange, right? Why do you think that the overall volume of AMC is only 30 million a day and then one day you have 80 million, and that, like, I think you're kind of getting what I'm trying to tell you here. Like,
Not really.
everything AMC right now in relation to price, like every retail investor could go out and buy a share of AMC tomorrow, and I truly don't believe we would see a difference in the price. Why? Because Citadel is going to say, here's to your brokerage firm, here's the AMC shares. Yep, they purchased it. Yep. And then Citadel is going to hold that negative balance on their sheet until they actually go out and purchase it in AMC. So remember all the information.
Okay. So he said that everybody could go out and buy a share of AMC tomorrow and it wouldn't affect the price. And, to that I say, maybe, maybe not. It depends. It depends on how you buy it. And I don't mean on or off exchange. Um, and I don't know why I can't find the what I'm looking for here, but this is odd. So I'm looking for something, but anyway, volume up or down, um, price moving up or down is determined not not necessarily by the volume or the number of buys and sells. It's how aggressive are those buyers and sellers? Are they willing to pay a higher price, or are they saying, you know what? If it goes down to this price, I'll buy some. Or are they saying, I need to buy it right now. I don't care what the price is. So that's aggressive. Or are they passive? I'm going to hang out down here at this lower limit order price. And when the price goes there, if it goes there, then I'll buy it. Then I'll buy it. So those orders are less aggressive. They're passive. They're waiting until the price gets there. Aggressive orders, market orders, I'm talking about market orders, will in larger numbers uh, have the effect of raising the price as limit orders are matched at the current price. So there's a certain number of shares available at that price. Once those are all sold, somebody's willing to sell it a little higher, and then the price will move there, and you'll work through those shares until there are none left at that second price, and then it will move to the next higher price, and so on, up and down based on how many people are willing to buy and sell it right now aggressively. That's what really makes a market is people competing, uh, saying, I'm willing to buy this many shares right now. Boom. Oh, yeah, I'm willing to sell this many shares right now. Boom. And that's all happening simultaneously with thousands of participants. And we get the aggregate, we get the total of the sum total of that reflected in the limit order book, uh, not on the off exchange stuff, but I'm talking about on just what you would see on Fidelity or TD Ameritrade or what have you. Webull, no, not Webull. I don't. They're maybe a little different, but anyway. So you know, if like they commonly do, they say, okay, well, drop it to $5, then I'm going to buy some. That's not an aggressive order. You're not doing anything to affect the price upward at all. But if you're just saying, hey, I'm going to buy it in a market order, I don't care how much it costs. Hey, move it up. I still need it. It's urgent that I get it. Yeah, that's going to have more an effect on the price. So again, it depends on how it's traded, uh, not necessarily where it's traded or the actual number that are traded, um, but the aggressiveness of those trades.
Information we get, all the data we get is always postponed. It's always from months ago. It's not, up to date.
You talking about
Go out.
shorting
They
here?
purchased it, yep. And then Citadel is going to hold that negative balance on their sheet until they actually go out
Oh,
and
and
purchase
that's
it.
not true either. That's not true either. That's FINRA rules, and I don't have the rule right in front of me. I've looked at it before on here, but it's uh, concerning the over-the-counter market makers, the trades that they do that are the um, off-exchange trades, and the time window in which they have to purchase the share to cover that, and they don't establish short positions. It's pretty much instantaneously. But that's all specified in a regulation. Like it's not they're not holding it for months, not having ever bought it. That's just not true. It's not how it works. It's just like it's it's really as simple as that. This is not true. This is complete lack of curiosity and understanding how things work, as far as I can tell, or an or a deliberate attempt to mislead people and create some kind of fervor and anger. But come on, come on.
At NAMC. So remember, all the information we get, all the data we get is always postponed.
All
It's
the
always
data.
from months ago. It's not, up to date. There's a lot of people out there who are strict to the data, right? The data is what it is. You know, short interest on AMC is 20%, so it's 20%. Like, okay, that's fine. If you believe the data and everything you see, that's great for those people out there. Me personally, data can be altered. They can give us all the data they want to give us. I could go give someone data that's completely false.
Yeah, you could, and you are right now, actually.
Just because it's regulated doesn't mean it's true, right?
Just because it's regulated doesn't mean it's true. Okay. Well, now you're getting to faith in the system, questions of faith in the system, system integrity, and all that kind of stuff. And I can't do anything with a QAnon conspiracy theory. I'll just be blunt. You can't. There's nothing that you can do or say to reason with people that say that they don't believe or they don't trust or whatever. And so the problem with that, among many problems, but one of the problems is that he's saying, I don't trust the data that were shown. Okay. That's data that comes from the market, right? That's where this activity takes place. So it is coming from a primary source. But then the question becomes, okay, you don't believe the data, you don't trust it. What do you trust then? Where are you getting your information? If you're saying that you don't trust something that's coming out, then isn't it on you to, I don't know, correct that or provide, a believable alternative source for the data? Like, no, we don't have any of that. We just have, oh, there's billions of synthetics and there's conclusive proof. And because I don't know how to do basic research, then I'm going to say that they're criminals and yada 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 yada. So don't trust the institutions. Trust me, bro, I guess. I don't know, but, I think somebody said earlier, Lynn said, Dunning-Kruger, and it's I don't know if there's a more shining example that is present in this community than this character right here. Um, the confidence is just overwhelming. It's really a lot. It's really kinda too much.
Um, for instance, FTX, the Securities Exchange
FTX.
Commission's been regulating FTX for over 3 years, and look at what happened there. You don't think anyone at the Securities Exchange Commission seen what FTX was doing?
I
If
don't
they
know.
didn't see it, that's a problem, and our regulators are a sham, which we already know that's the case. But as far as
Right,
AIM
right. If they didn't see it, then they're a sham. But we already know they're a sham, so it doesn't even matter.
goes, as far as the squeeze goes,
Here we go.
people get mad, oh, YouTubers pushing it for tomorrow, YouTubers doing this, blah blah blah. Like, guys, the whole idea of making these videos is to remind everybody, for the ones that need to be reminded, that we're still here. Okay, whatever other YouTubers do with their channel, that's completely their choice. But for me
Mm,
making my videos, this is to remind everybody that I'm right here on the front lines with you on the dips like today, or the rips like we had, at the beginning of the week. Like, I am here going through the same exact struggles everybody else is going through. Um, and the way we win is by holding our voting power and holding our shares. If you don't think things are happening right now, you're blind. Look around you. Look at, these institutions. Look at these pension funds.
I mean, okay, but what what do you do with that attitude? If you don't think anything's happening, then you're blind. Okay, but you're looking at everything through rose-colored glasses. I mean, or something that is causing these people to distrust information that comes from traditional channels, traditional sources, but to trust random anonymous people online with something that we never would have trusted them with back in the 90s, back in Tom Vu's days, financial advice and where to spend your money. That's truly remarkable thing, I think. Like it really defies all logic. And I It's so irrational that there's really no response. I mean, I don't.
ones getting bailouts. Look at, all of this evidence that's coming out about, the integrity with our regulators. Like, look at Janet Yellen on Twitter today, the picture she posted on how much money they printed, holding up the notes. Woohoo! Like, we printed more money, yay! Like, look at the stuff that was swept under the rug with
What does that
FTX
have to
about
do
how
with anything?
money was being laundered to Ukraine, or sent to Ukraine for war funds and then laundered back to Democrats and politicians.
Where's the data for that? I mean, is that actually something that's been substantiated? I saw the rumors. Yeah, oh yeah, I saw the speculation. I never saw a single fact. I didn't see anything that was credible. And when I say credible, like would it hold could you write it in a college paper, research paper, and the professor would would be okay with it? That's kind of the standard that I'm going off of for a lot of this shit. A basic academic research standard. Basic, like freshman level. Um, would it fly in that type of setting? And that's not really a very high bar. I mean, it's higher than what these people demand, but it's not a super high bar. I mean, we're not talking, like would it hold up in court and stuff like, or whatever. But w- would it fly in a basic research setting? I don't know because they never offer any information. And when you go look, which by the way, it's incumbent upon the person making a claim, they're the ones who have to provide the proof. It's not really my responsibility, anybody else's, nobody's responsibility to go out and prove it or even disprove it. So if if it, they don't even try to back something up with facts, why are we? I'll borrow from Phil. For real, I am this retarded. Or Phil, I am this retarded for real. What the fuck are we talking about? Really, at the end of the day, why do so many people believe this stuff with no credible asterisk in a basic research setting, no credible, valid information. I, and it seems like they don't even question it, and that's not even on their radar. Yeah, Yellen, FTX, Citadel, market makers, the whole universe is against poor retail investors. That is it. Clearly it's a massive conspiracy theory designed to keep um, these people in the poorhouse because so many people were getting rich in the stock market last year, but they had to crash the market this year. And really, it was all because of AMC and GameStop and Bed Bath and Beyond until Ryan Cohen realized it was a shit company. um, yeah, it's a shame.
Or
Damn
Democratic
shame.
politicians, like, and regulators. Like, guys, it's all there. We know manipulation
Right.
for war funds and then laundered back to Democrats and politicians, or Democratic politicians, like, and regulators. Like, guys, it's all there. We know
It's all there.
manipulation's taking place. We know what's going on. The only thing that sets, and I'll say it time and time again, the only thing that sets AMC apart from any other play you're ever going to get into is that retail owns it. Let me tell you, if retail didn't own the float, if they had the power, if institutions owned over 50% of this
Um,
play, we would not be.
yeah, let's look at that actually. That's what I was trying to find earlier. Let's see. Let's see here if I can find. So Chris, Chris, bringing the snark, win, bringing the snark, snarky ass people here in this channel, man. You gotta watch yourself. Let's see. Where the heck? Oh God, they changed everything on the Fidelity website. I really don't care for it. Um, Tony Franzetti, also known as Tony Denaro, he used to sometimes, but they do watch my videos. I mean, they watch some of them. Some of them watch some of them. Um, John Wick, yeah, John Wick sniping does lurk around too, from what I understand. Um, but you know, I mean, they're not. I mean, we really don't even get that many AMC shareholders, hardcore, um, you know, apes in here. We used to, but not so much. Okay, so all right, I found it. So actually, I'm actually a bit surprised here. So AMC institutional ownership data is 18, and then you have another 7% in funds, another 8.5% in funds. These two here, insiders still own 6, and other, which would be retail investors mostly, would be 67%. So he does appear to be correct about the over 50% thing. It looks like institutions sold the shit out of the thing this quarter. Look, 155.8 million shares sold, institutional shares sold, right? 4 million purchased. So a net change in institutional shares of 151.4 million. So they're asking, why did the price go down? I mean, that would be a pretty good indication. Also, we only have the data that came out September 30th to be for what, the third quarter. So we no, for second quarter. Reporting date September 30th. Yeah, third quarter. So it's already, you know, we're already over a week into December. We won't get the fourth quarter data until later, um, next next month, or I think it's 45 days after the end of the quarter. So uh, we'll have to see. But yeah, so institutions sold. That's why your price is dropping like a lead weight. I don't know if he still makes videos. I think he does. But I don't think he talks about AM. I think he talks about other pump and dump stocks. Model 3 dude in the house. Good. Good to have you. Stock Market Live and Patrick Weiland are the other 2/3 of the white noise with John Wick sniping. Cool. I was listening to white noise earlier, and pink noise, and brown noise. Brown noise is weird. Um, okay, so right, institutional ownership appears to be lower. Uh, they sold a lot of shares. Okay. He said it was over 50. He appears to be correct about that. It's 67 according to Fidelity, and this is going to be as of third quarter. So, and I don't know how that compares to previously. I honestly forget. It's been up and down.
I would not be making these videos and I would not feel the way that I do about this play. But the fact retail owns a float, the fact utilization's been at 100%, and the fact you can even still buy AMC, you guys can go read it for yourself. It's literally right there for market makers. They can literally.
Yeah, they can, and that's a nothing burger. But the reason you can buy shares, I mean, one of the reasons, institutions sold 155 million shares just in the third quarter. So, like, where are the shares coming from? Hey, that's a source right there. That is a source. And then you also have the short sellers. They're selling shares that they borrowed. No, that they did borrow, not that they naked shorted, not that were created out of thin air. They were borrowed because that's how it works. How it works. And that's the broker's responsibility, prime broker's responsibility. They, those entities affect the borrow, the stock borrow. Um, there is no mechanism to naked short a stock, not for retail investors, not for institutional investors, on an exchange or through a broker dealer or prime broker. There's no way to do it because the market participant, the trader, they're not even responsible for it. They just say, "Hey, I want to short this. Is it available to short?" Or just submit a sell order, and a broker dealer will do the borrow that needs to be done, set up the contract, all that stuff, and it appears in the account. So, but how are their shares available to trade? Well, I mean, this is one source, but see, if you believe that all this information is false, if you believe that it's not real, why would you even bother to look? Well, then you just sound like you're just talking out of your ass. Speaking of
It for
which,
yourself. They can, it's literally right there for market makers. They can literally sell as much AMC as they want, but eventually that has to be bought back.
it's not eventually. It's not eventually. It's like pretty quickly they have that it has to be. So it's not short selling in the sense that they're establishing a short position because they think the price will go down. That's what I call traditional short selling or speculative short selling. So you're speculating the price is going to go down, so you're going to sell the shares when they're at a high valuation. That's not what they're doing. They are selling it to you because you said you want to buy it. And then if they don't have it. Now, here's another thing. You don't know that they didn't have it. You don't know that. Because it doesn't matter. As he said, it's right in the laws, regulations, rules, um, that uh, you know of how it works. But there's no indication as to whether they do or don't. They may have ownership of, I don't know, 50,000 shares, let's say. And so they have 50,000 shares that they own already. So they don't need to go out and buy it. They already have it. That's wholesaling, right? I'm gonna take in a large quantity of something. I'm gonna get it potentially at a discount so I can sell it at a premium. Um, that that's not what we're talking about. I mean, that's certainly happens, but what I'm saying is we don't know uh, who held what or what happened on the back end of it because we can't see the trades that would indicate buying by the buying by the market makers. Those trades are not publicly disseminated, so we don't have it. So we can't tell the difference. Doesn't matter. That's what I'm getting at. Doesn't matter. I'll look that up. G Romanian. I will look that up. I'll get that.
Eventually, it has to reach the real price. Eventually, as we're getting into Q4 with Avatar coming out and earnings coming out
Oh,
soon, like
Avatar.
eventually something has to give. Remember, we own shares. They're paying to keep their.
Well, technically, you don't own shares. I hate to break it to you, but you don't actually own shares. This is the way the market works. You have a contractual conference of ownership rights of shares. So what you're actually doing is you're entering into a contract that says, "Hey, I want to have equity exposure to this stock." And the market says, "Okay, you have equity exposure to how 10 shares of this stock." But you don't actually have any ownership. You have an ownership interest or you have equity exposure, which I think is a better way to put it. And colloquially, we say ownership. But strictly speaking, you don't own it. Um, you own an exposure to it, but you don't actually own anything. It's not even a piece of paper. You don't even have a piece of paper. It's not there are no pieces of paper. But that's more just a trivia, I guess, because it doesn't really matter. Point being, if the stock goes up, you can sell it for a higher price. If the stock goes down, and you have an unrealized loss. So it's functionally, it's the same as owning it. But uh, that's one of those details that's, I guess, not really relevant. But they like to grab their shares and hold them to their heart and say, "Oh, I love you, and I own you. You're mine." But not really. It would be more akin to doing that with a legal contract.
Position. We're not paying anything. This is a game of tug of war, and
But you are paying something, though. See, another way to put this is it doesn't cost anything to hold. That's something that's been claimed for a long time here. Yes, it does. It absolutely does cost you something to just hold a stock, especially if the stock's going down, right? I don't know. Can't think of another. Um, let's say that you have an old laptop from 2003, right? You're holding on to it. Um, you're not getting rid of it. It's not worth anything anyway, but you're not getting rid of it. So it's not costing you anything to keep that thing. Okay, well, maybe it's not. Maybe it's not exactly the same. Um, but if you were hoping to, speculate on the price of that, it's probably not going to work out. I mean, you may think it will. Maybe at some point it'll become a collector's item, I guess. But uh, strength and resolve in holding a stock is not that doesn't make up for a company that's mismanaged, that's not making a profit, that doesn't have a viable path to profitability in the near term future, that's operating on a 100-year-old business model. So, okay, good. Now, the second thing is with a cost. Um, let's see. Oh, yeah, the opportunity cost. So, this is something that they don't talk about very much either, if at all, but I've been talking about since last year. What could you be what to what purpose could you put your money that would actually pay you a return, right? Um, you bought a stock, it went down, you didn't sell it, you kept holding on to it, it kept going down, it never went back up. Well, you have a loss now. Um, but beyond that, if you hadn't bought that stock, you would be at like net zero. So you would have not have made money, you not no, would not have lost money. Um, But instead of buying the stock you did buy that went down, what could you could have bought something that would have, either held its value or appreciated in value. Um, and what could you have done with the money that would have been a better investment? That's opportunity cost. And that is a huge cost here. It's a huge cost, not to mention the probably irreparable damage that's been done to these people who actually listen to these clowns. So I think that, you know, a lot of people's total conception of finance and markets in general have been completely distorted by these clowns. And that really is more of a problem than people losing money on one stock, because it's a fucked up negative inverse teach a man to fish analogy. So you get somebody to buy one stock that goes down and they just lose money. You completely pollute and uh, poison somebody's conception of how everything works, and you have ruined potentially contributed to their financial ruin over time because they're not going to trust the system. They're not going to necessarily they're at a higher risk of not trusting the system or investing in their own future in less risky, more stable ways. So that's another cost here is uh, the brainwashing, if I may, the brainwashing and just utter garbage that these people's heads are being filled with here, and that's a real cost, and it's a real problem, and it's I think these guys belong in jail. Of course, I'm going to say that. Um, my sponsor requires me to say it. I'm just kidding. But let's see. Avatar will not make as much money as the original, and you own said stocks trading volatility as a short. Yeah, the Liu family is pissed. The Liu family is pissed. So we may have to go look around for some of that. I have, I haven't been as engaged in this week. Um, it's a lot of busy stuff going on, but anyway, um, it's also more fun when I just don't pay attention to it and then come back and like, whoa, these guys are crazy.
And we have 10x the amount of people holding onto the rope than they do on that side. They're kicking the can down the road. They're injecting billions a
We don't know how many people there are. They've tried to figure that out so many times, and every time is a complete failure. Nobody knows. It's not, I don't think it's possible to know. And it's always changing anyway. So, uh, 10 times the number, mm, maybe, but Wall Street has 10 times the capital easily. So, I mean, I don't know why that is a fight somehow that you could win or that you would even want to enter into. It seems like certain destruction for me, but
dollars into
anyway.
something to keep their positions in
Oh, we knew it
hopes
would
that
happen. We knew it would happen. Lou is gone with the wind. Oh boy.
retail is going to give up, because that's the only way that they can win this. That is it, as if retail gives up that power. And
No, no, that's not true. I mean, first of all, win this. I don't know what he's talking about here. It's like is there going to be a squeeze or not, or something like that? And a short squeeze is these guys win, and no short squeeze is Wall Street wins. Okay, but I mean, you're talking about a company that's in trouble here. Like this is not short squeeze material, really. Like I don't see any real reason, especially given the health of the financial health of the company. That's one thing. But number two, the financial health of retail investors in general in this economy right now. It's not the summer of 2021 anymore. There's not all this extra free money floating around for most people that they can just blow on, meme stocks and cryptos and NFTs and all that garbage. Um, it's not a risk friendly environment. And we're talking about a highly risky, speculative gamble here. So um, people are less willing to enter into those, to the tune of like, I don't know, 10 to 100 times, magnitude. Like you said, the volume was 30 million. Yeah, you had volume that was, five, six, 700 million last summer when the meme stock mania was in full swing. So it's easier to understand how prices could swing wildly when there's that much volume. Uh, and it's the first wave of a, a FOMO type event where there really just is this, you know, phrase that kind of takes over. But that's already happened. Nothing is ever like the first time. right? It's not nothing is ever like the first time. So the second time you watch the horror movie, it's not as scary. Second time, uh, the market sees a certain amount of volatility. It's not the same, doesn't have the same effect, and things like that. So, um, but the bigger thing is that it's just not a risk-friendly environment. We have high inflation. The market, the economy is, you know, not really doing what it needs to do, I guess I would say, in order to be on a path to lower inflation and bring things back into balance. That's what the Fed's working on, but um, it's just not reasonable to think that something that happened last year in the completely loosened financial conditions um, would happen the same way now at a time when financial conditions are already a lot tighter, will be getting tighter. Everyone's balance sheets, personal individuals, are in a completely different state. Um, most of the retail investors here, and it's just a completely different environment that is not really appropriate to be taking these risky bets in terms of preserving capital and trying to end the year with more money in the account than, or at least the same amount, but um, hopefully more. Um, am I following the metamaterial fiasco? I did hear about this. Pumpers promise a squeeze. FINRA froze trading. Mhm. We'll look at that here in a second. We're trying to let me get through this video, but I mean, this is the danger with this stuff, right? Everything is a short squeeze. Everything's a squeeze. All these shitty stocks for companies that are shitty companies. Everything can't be a short squeeze. Um, I don't even know if true short squeezes even happen anymore. To be honest, at least I don't think it's as easy, especially after last year's events, for these things to be engineered by these ragtag motley crews. And I can use that term.
And the float, right? Um, that's the only way I see it. I don't deep
But oh yeah, win or lose. I mean, the thing is, it's not so much about winning or losing, like some theoretical fight or battle, where like it's about individuals profiting. Period. So you know, nothing else really matters because I can tell you right now, nobody eh, nobody cares what a bunch of first time investors think about the market being manipulated and fraudulent, and they're disgruntled because they didn't make the millions of dollars that they were promised by random anonymous people online on Reddit and Twitter and YouTube. That's not a valid concern. It's just not a valid concern. I, I can't put it any more bluntly than that. So the whole outrage thing, all that stuff, it's wasted energy. It's completely wasted energy. It's spending too much time on things that you can't control and will just, and I struggle with this too in other areas, but you can't control it. There's no point in harping on it. Move on, accept it, move on, and do the best you can, or not, or do something else. But I'm not commenting on whether the market is quote unquote manipulated. I mean, it's such a broad term, but in capitalism, uh, the person who has more money can do more things. So I think really their beef is with the capitalist system in general, except that they want to be the greedy ones, the pigs. They want to be the ones who makes the irrationally large amount of profit. So it's not really a valid criticism either. It's just literally a temper tantrum that they weren't the winners, that they aren't getting what they were promised that they were going to get, that they went ahead and accepted as fact was going to happen last year, instead of actually looking at where the facts pointed to. They started with a conclusion, and I try to fit everything in this, all these square pegs in these round holes. And yeah, I think Manny said it best up here. Will Scavenger be okay when he realizes there isn't a squeeze? And that's a valid question, given his what's happened in the tragedies that have happened in his family, supposedly. Um, I hope so. I hope he's okay. I mean, it's gonna suck. It definitely is gonna suck. But I've said this before. They have a they have a hell of an opportunity here, not in terms of making money on this stock. This is done, but in terms of failure being one of the best catalysts to learn. In terms of um, you know not succeeding being uh, one of the uh, most organic ways to learn. Let's try to spit it out here. Uh, the bigger, or another said another way, the bigger the problem, the bigger the opportunity. Hey, this is a massive opportunity for these people, and I mean that really. I mean, I'm poking fun a little bit, but also it's true though. Like, ask anybody that is profitable in trading or successful in anything, um, how they got there, and they'll say, "Oh, man, I screwed up so many times. I screwed up. You wouldn't believe how many times I lost money, or you wouldn't believe how many businesses I had 7 businesses that all failed, and this is the 8th business, and now it's successful." Or, you know, uh, I practiced my instrument for hours and hours every day, or I was on the court practicing, or on the field, or whatever, or I was doing what I do, and I sucked at it, and I learned from how bad I sucked. There's a lot of different ways you can approach it, but if failure is you know um, the best teacher, then yeah, they signed up for the master class. If and or when they are honest with themselves. So in that sense, it's like kind of like a you know having a substance abuse problem. Like, that's never going to get better, probably until you actually realize that there is a problem. I don't know if we're to that point yet with a lot of these clowns. I mean, who knows, right? There's putting stuff on YouTube. Who knows? This guy cries himself to sleep every night about it. I don't know. He sure seems pretty confident on here. Anyway,
right? Um, that's the only way I see it. I don't deep dive into anything else going on because when you look at the reality of what's
he
taking
doesn't
place,
deep
like
dive
there's a
into
reason
anything.
hedge funds are going belly up. There's a reason, like you guys, they are hand in hand with these market makers. For God's sake, Citadel Securities, that's a market maker that can execute trades and throw trades through dark pools and do whatever they want, also have a hedge fund. How is that allowed? Thank your freaking regulators. Like, this stuff happens on the day to day. The only difference is from now in 2008 is we have the capability to spread the word. Twitter, for instance, we couldn't even talk like we are finally able to talk freely on AMC. How much do you like if you guys were on Twitter before Elon Musk bought it, you post something about AMC, you're getting shadow banned. Like,
What?
there's a
What the fuck is he talking about? I mean, here's another idiot who doesn't understand the nature of quote unquote free speech or the First Amendment. I mean, seriously, that really, this right here, it everything else that he said, okay, whatever. But here he's showing that he is infinitely clueless about this. And therefore that would, if I didn't listen to anything else and I started this video now and I heard him talk about this, be like, okay, um, I'm not sure that I am going to listen to anything that you say because you're demonstrating that you don't have much of an understanding. Here, let's hear it
On
again.
AMC. How much do you like if you guys were on Twitter before Elon Musk bought it, you post something about AMC, you're getting shadow banned. Like there's a reason they don't want you talking about this and
That
they
is
look at
not
who owns
true.
what and who does this like guys, it's us versus them. Are they using manipulation to keep this price suppressed temporarily? Yes, they are. It's a fact. Are they diluting
Temporarily?
and creating shares on Wall Street? Yes, it's a fact. They are.
No, no, it's not. Okay. Even even naked shorting, and I'm going to blow people's minds with this. Even naked shorting would not dilute the float. It would not dilute the float because no shares were actually issued. So there is a difference between well, let me jump back. Shares and positions are two different things. Remember, earlier I mentioned the term equity exposure. That's what you have really. You don't own the share. You have equity exposure. Um, so you can have equity exposure. That's really what you have. You can have positive or negative, or in the options we say positive delta or negative delta, right? So are you making money when the stock goes up, or or are you making money when the stock goes down, positive, negative, respectively? So um, shares is really just a yardstick. How much exposure do you have? The apes are dead set on the idea of, there are this many shares and they should not be trading, and there's more shares trading than were issued, and da 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 da. But what's trading really is exposure. It's equity exposure that's trading. And there can be more than one equity exposure on a single share legally, with no funny business whatsoever, in a legal way. Um, in fact, when a share is sold short, there are a total of three exposures, two positive and one negative, on that single share. So three people are setting up a position to where they're betting on the stock going up or the stock going down on one share, three positions. So it's easy to see then in that light, and again, this is the way it works. It's nothing groundbreaking, nothing illegal. I'm not exposing anything. I'm just talking about what happens out there. Uh, and honestly, it could be even more. Actually, there's an infinite number of exposures that could be on one security, but we saw that with GameStop in January of 2021, where the short interest was over 100%. That's just multiple exposures on the same shares. There's nothing forbidden about that. It's not illegal. There's nothing weird there. When you consider that you are trading the exposure to the stock rather than the stock itself, and that's a kind of a I mean, it really doesn't matter like how you think of it, because the point is to buy it for $1 and sell it for $2. You know, uh, buy it at a lower price and sell it at a relatively higher price, so you can make a profit. That's the point. So it doesn't, whether you own it or not, or how many shares there are, whatever. That that's all stuff that they're focusing on because they bought it for $10 and now it's $1, or they bought it for $60 and now it's $7 or whatever. They bought it for $2 and now it's $1. Which is, and it's the opposite way. Um, wow, 85 inch. Damn. Ugh. Wow. I just have a 55 over here. Um, Chris is going blind. Oh, yeah, type. Okay. Ouch. This
We've
is,
seen it with FTX. It happened. Regardless if you want to call it AMC shares or not, the AMC tokenized share that FTX created was supposed to be backed by one share of AMC. They were able to use
I mean, but see, those don't trade on the stock exchange. And how could it actually be linked? How could it be, how could it actually be a tokenized wrap security, whatever you want to call it, uh, if it wasn't uh, backed 1 to 1? And why would it affect the actual AMC price if it wasn't backed 1 to 1? So these are all questions. It's like, okay, so you're saying this, but you're not curious at all about the mechanism by which it does that. I don't understand that. I don't get that. That's not, to me, that's not a, it's not, it's not valid. It's an invalid approach. It's an invalid stance. What is the mechanism? How does it actually affect it? And if they did have it, how would it affect it? If it didn't have it, how could it have affected it? And how would something that doesn't trade in the United States, that trades on an unregulated European crypto futures derivative exchange, how would that actually affect the price of a common stock trading in the U.S. capital markets? What is the actual mechanism by which they are pegged to each other? How does that work? Who controlled it? How was it set up? Now, these are questions that I don't have the answer to, but this guy damn sure doesn't. But I'm not the one making the claim. So it's pretty ignorant. I mean, I got to say, it's pretty goddamn ignorant. How could you not be curious? How could you not wonder about this kind of stuff? I don't know. And these questions, if you can't answer them, I'm sorry, but that that's a signal. That is a signal that you got some bullshit information.
AMC tokenized shares on FTX to keep borrowing to short attack and to naked short AMC.
So I guess that they could somehow borrow the tokenized shares and use them to short attack. Wow. Okay. How how does how does that work? Okay, I don't know. JT Wisco says, "Do you think the markets are rigged, and do you think Gary Gensler will get this under control?" Rigged? Uh, I I I don't know. You'd have to be more specific, I guess, with what do you mean by rigged? Here's my stance on it. Um, this is capitalism. It's a cutthroat game. It's a cutthroat business. You know, there's nobody's anybody's friend. Everybody's competing. It's all about amassing profit for yourself or your firm if you're working for a firm. So, um, rigged, uh, I, I don't think so, but there are people or institutions or entities, let's say participants in the market that have a lot of capital uh, that they can throw around. So, would you consider it being rigged um, if the top 10 institutions, let's say the 10 institutions or whoever with the most capital that they can throw down at any like liquid capital that they can deploy, all go, after one thing or on either way, up or down. You have, what do you have there? You have people trading in the market. They have capital. They legitimately have a lot of capital that they can throw around. They've decided to do this with it, just like the apes have decided to do what they did with their capital. Um, is that rigged, or is that just a function of a system that contains a lot of inequality? That's I would say it's not rigged. in that sense. That does not that's not rigging. That's just the way it is. There's always going to be somebody who's doing something that you don't like. And may be something doing it, something you don't like on a massive scale. That's the nature of a free market, really. So if you don't want market makers front running your orders, then go back to paying commissions and outlaw payment for order flow. So, um, yeah, right. Or go to Fidelity or Vanguard and send your order straight to the stock exchange. But I don't, I don't think it matters. Like I, I don't think, um, you know, I don't think it's a valid strategy to try to count on driving a price up or down with a bunch of other people in the first place. Like that's not a good reason to do it. I want to buy something that I think is going up or short something that I think is going down for whatever reason, fundamental reasons, technical reasons, or mechanical reasons. Um, does it matter where I buy it? No. It matters more what price I buy it at because that's the point. So I want to, if I'm selling it, I want to sell it at high. If I'm buying it, I want to buy it low. But where that's like the least concern, really, to me. And I think that's what Chris is getting at there, because you're going to pay a financial services company one way or another to do the services that they provide for you. It can either be in terms of the bid ask spread, or it can be in terms of a commission percentage of the price you sell it, or whatever. But you're not going to trade for free. Why would you? Somebody's got to actually connect to the stock market. Somebody's got to actually, you know, do the paperwork, for lack of a better term. It's all electronic, but so um, yeah, and high frequency trading is another aspect here. But at the end of the day, this data seems to point to the fact that high frequency trading actually is good for the market. It makes things, it actually has lowered the bid ask spreads, tightened them up, uh, made the price you can buy and sell closer together, and create has created more liquid markets, which is saying the same thing, really. And really, that's really what matters at the end of the day is, can you buy it? Can you get in and out instantly at the price that you want, uh, such that you can make a profit? Yes. Again, Phil, I am so retarded for real. What the fuck are we talking about? Why are we focusing on that? Why are we focusing on, you know, what brand of tape measure you're using to build that cabinet versus whether, hey, is that cabinet square? For lack of a better crude analogy, I don't care if you're using a Stanley tape measure or a DeWalt tape measure or whatever. Doesn't matter. Can you actually do something with it? Yes. Then, scratch the brand off of it. Put a piece of tape over the brand. It doesn't matter. You're going to be able to apply, your knowledge and skill with that tool, whatever it is. Okay. Um, and we'll maybe get to Gary's opinion. Retarded for real. Yeah. Okay.
MC like this.
But anyway, getting back to the rigged thing, um, no, I don't think it is. I mean, do I think that it's finicky? Do I think that it's frustrating? Well, yeah. Do I think that it's unfair? Absolutely. But hey, that's life. Does any of this mean that you can't make money? The answer is an unequivocal no on that. So, does it matter? No. Again, it's to me that's focusing on the wrong things. Much better to focus on the ways, the actual proven ways that you can be profitable rather than these speculative ways that more often than not end with heartbreak and generational poverty. So it doesn't have to be like this. It really, really doesn't. It does not have to be like this. It's good to know, Chris. Uh, when we see the emojis, that it that it reflects a genuine emotion. I appreciate that. Okay.
Happened. This is real. Back into to Naked Short AMC. Like, this happened. This is real. It got swept under the rug because the news, obviously, you know who they're owned by, but this is happening in front of our faces. Like, and we win because this is costing them money to keep doing this Ponzi scheme that they're doing. They're not making money in this. They can't close their positions because they have to close their positions with real shares to return back. They can't do that right now. So we're good. Does it suck to see a red day? Sure it
I
does,
mean,
but look
that's
at the overall market.
again, that's a misunderstanding of the way that it all works, really. They're not making money. How can a stock be down 70% and you sit there and claim with a straight face or a smirky face or whatever, weird ass, creepy face that they're not making money? I mean, that makes no sense. It just makes no sense logically. I mean, that's what you say when somehow you convince yourself last year that, hey, even though I didn't take profit, we still won. Well, you had an opportunity to have won, but if you didn't take profit on it and you sat and watched it go down by 90%, 80, 70, 80% from those highs, uh, you you're not winning anymore. Like, there's a point where, and it's called your cost basis. When you go underneath it, now you're losing money because if it came down to it, if you had to buy a new tire for your car because you had a blowout, you didn't expect it to happen. You didn't weren't planning on it, but because you've been wasting your money on gambling or whatever, collecting Magic the Gathering cards, I don't know. But in this case, throwing money, good money after bad on a stock that keeps going down that has negative fundamental characteristics, and you have this emergency and you need to liquefy those assets and use it for something else, yeah, you're only going to get whatever the price is at that time. Um, oh, my session timed out, but 594, 594 if you had to sell it. So, I mean, you can't just deny reality and say, well, the price isn't real but actually we won. I mean, come on. That's just, I don't know if it's childish more or if it's delusional more or what the actual like sociological construct at play here is, but there's something pathological. It's that line of thinking, in my opinion. Because I mean, I'm one of the data guys, I guess. I'm one of the people that believes the data because, well, that's what everybody else is going off of. So at the very least, you need to, it would be relevant for that reason. But soon the narrative will be we're only here to socialize, right? Came for the squeeze, stayed for the social hour. I mean, and that's really, Bad Back says that all the time, that these people were outcasts. Nobody ever listened to them. They're in this because they have this community. It's like a community of, um, people that like-minded and whatever people, and they feel like they belong to a movement and all this kind of stuff. It's like Occupy Wall Street 2.0, and we know how that ended. So, and I would say there was a lot more exposure and awareness of that. So, uh, yeah, social hour became social years, right? God, it's hard to, I mean, it's crazy hard to believe. And we're going to be on the 2-year anniversary of GameStop in next January, about, a month and a half or so. Wow.
Like, It's insane. It's truly insane. We've talked about it numerous times before too. Like, hey, Scav, does the market have to crash for AMC to squeeze? No, it doesn't. But when you have institutional holders and hedge funds who are long in other stocks because they're not, predominantly all short in the market, there's long positions they're carrying too. They're getting burned, you guys. There's a reason Melvin Capital went under. There's a reason Archegos went under. There's a reason Credit Suisse is going under. Like, there's a reason pension funds are getting done.
Okay, well, you can't lump all those things together, okay? This is just ignorant. I mean, Archegos and Melvin were events from last year. Ultimately, but what screwed them up was stuff that happened last year. So how's that relevant now? And the market would newsflash, the market didn't crash in 2021. Okay, we were still in the speculative bubble. Um, Credit Suisse and what's pension funds and everything else. I mean, yeah, you're talking about a market decline. I mean, you're talking about macroeconomic reasons. You're talking about a global crisis, a global financial crisis potentially that we're on the cusp of. So, yeah, I'm sorry, stocks went down. Stock market went down. You know, was it really rational and reasonable for the stock market to go up 150, 100% or so from the COVID lows? Why did that happen? Well, because of the extra money that was added to the money supply. And, basic economics tells us, tells one, if one listens to such things, that when you add money to the money supply, you get inflation. And that's what we're dealing with now. So, in order to bring that down, you know, among other things, the Federal Reserve is trimming that balance sheet and trying to reduce the demand by raising interest rates. And that has ripple effects in the economy that we're going to start feeling hopefully soon. But, uh, you know, really it's mismanagement and complete, I don't want to say incompetence, but I think any Fed probably would have done this. We had to do something. But why were we still adding money to the system in early 2022? You know, much less in 2021. I mean, it really is remarkable. Just, and you look at who profited the most, you look at where most of this quote unquote wealth went, and it went straight to the top, either directly or indirectly through things like this, like these scams, like AMC and all these meme crazes, all these emotionally based, I'm not going to say investments, gambles, and that's again, and that's also capitalism. That's the nature of this system. So I've been personally, I've been critical of capitalism for most of my adult life. So this is really nothing that shocking to me. But having said that, and does that mean that I don't participate in the system? Does that mean that I'm not, trying to understand it better and profit off of myself? Absolutely not. It does not mean that. So, critical of a system uh, is one thing. Um, Rejecting it and trying to buck the system and change it and have a revolution and all that. That's not what I'm saying at all. But I think, there are real criticisms about pretty much everything. But in this, what we're talking about here is the financial system, the monetary system, capitalism. Okay, let's see. Should all watch a video by Stephen Van Meter, Why BlackRock Says the Global Economy Has Entered a New World Order and What Worked Before Won't. That sounds intriguing. JT Wisco says retail doesn't have the ability or resources to create incorrect narrative, aka foment, in regards to a stock. The Big money pays journalists and news media to create inaccurate, false news. I have a very, I would have to disagree with the first part here. Retail doesn't have the ability or resources to create incorrect narrative. I mean, aren't we seeing that that's not true? Aren't we seeing that right here? Aren't we seeing that with all this? Aren't we seeing that with all this? I mean, this is creating, this is the narrative. This is these are the channels. That this isn't this creating a false narrative? I don't agree with that. Um, as far as journalists and news media to create uh, inaccurate, false news, I mean, again, I've been critical not only of capitalism, but also, which is really just an extension of it, um, mainstream media. Why would you listen to what they say and take it at face value? You know that it's uh, propaganda. It's propaganda. I'm not saying it's not true or it's false always, but a large part of it, in my opinion, is, and it's self-serving to certain interests, let's say. But you can know that and compensate for it, and it doesn't have to destroy your ability to make a living, let's say. Um, but there is value in, also there is, believe there is value in it, um, simply because it is the propaganda that's put out. It does affect things, whether it's right or wrong, and things are always like that, right? To a certain degree, straight up truth, like objective truth, whether it's right or wrong, or false, or true or false, accurate or inaccurate. I mean, yeah, yeah, it does matter, obviously. Um, but in the moment, um, sometimes it doesn't matter as much. And whether it's right or wrong for that to be the case, it is the case. People aren't always going to do their uh, own research and look into the validity of things. And I'm looking at these guys here. So, whatever is put out kind of for at least for some people, for some period of time, it becomes true, it becomes reality. So, it's corporate media, for-profit media, in my opinion, yeah, it's always going to be compromised. I mean, if if you want something that's not compromised, I mean, go to the public library. Public library is probably not, you know, and it's free, and you can get stuff there, and it could be, whatever. It could be you could look at you could read a Bible, or you could read, the writings of Aldous Huxley or something, or Anton LaVey. But it doesn't matter. It's just the source of information. Anyway, Tony says nothing is working, at least for the people. Um, yeah, yeah, and Reddit does exactly that. I agree. Okay,
Bailed out. Like they are losing, you guys. But
they're
things
losing.
like this take time
Ugh.
to crumble, right? It's just like you. Credit Suisse is a perfect example. They're failing, but this is going to keep going and going and going until the day that it actually fails. And they're going to keep
Well,
telling you,
that's
"Oh, we're
profound.
fine, we're fine, we're fine," until the day where they're not fine. Um, and it's the same with AMC. Oh, it's going to squeeze. Oh, it's going to squeeze. Oh, it's going to squeeze.
So it's a Jesus is coming type of vibe I'm getting then, right? Like we have to deal with this worldly existence until Jesus comes back and saves us all, and we get to live in heaven with him in uh, eternity forever. Amen. Like, okay, but we don't know when that's going to happen, but so we should be ready for when it does. That's the Christian narrative largely, which I also have problems with, believe it or not. Believe it or not. But that's what I'm hearing here. Credit Suisse is going to be okay until the day that uh, Jesus comes and judges them and says, "Nope, you're going bankrupt today." Uh, okay. Well, people, I don't know. I mean, it's what it sounds like. So now we're attaching the short squeeze in AMC to this rapture event, I guess. I don't know.
And then people are going to say, no, it's not, no, it's not, no, it's not, until the day that it actually does squeeze. So, but we need to remember and step back that AMC is much greater than just a squeeze now, right? There's so many other things um, that come into play now. There's so many other factors that are going to drive this price movement up. Um, as an investor that can fundamentally value a company at whatever I want to value it at, I could tell you that AMC's fundamental value is much higher,
And
in
don't
my
worry,
opinion.
Lynn. I was using Anton LaVey as a positive example in that set. That was the positive example. I didn't make that clear, but AMC's fundamental value, I heard.
So
Let's
many
see.
other factors that are going to drive this price movement up. Um, as an investor that can fundamentally value a company at whatever I want to value it at, I could tell you that AMC's
I mean, so there, like, listen to that entitlement. Listen to that narcissism right there. As an
drive this
investor,
price movement up. As an investor that can fundamentally value a company at whatever I want to value it at, I could tell
as an investor who can value a company at whatever I want to value it at. Well, yeah, you can. Absolutely. You can, and you can value it at whatever you want to value it at. Go ahead, submit an order to sell AMC at $4,500 per share. See how see how far that goes. Is anybody else willing to? No. Well, then that's an invalid valuation. That's what's telling you. It will not trade at that price. Nobody is willing to buy it at that price, and I guarantee that this guy is not willing to buy it at the prices that he expects someone else to buy it. Think about that. He's not willing to buy it for $1 million a share, but he thinks that somebody else should buy it at $100 million or at $1 million per share, not 100. Um, so that doesn't make sense. That's not how a market works. There has to be a transaction. That's how a price is established. You and I are saying, hey, I got this for sale. You want to buy it at this price? And I say, well, I don't know. Okay, whatever. Yeah, I'll buy it at that price. Or no, I only want to buy it at this price. So if it gets to that price, I'll think about it. Or whatever. Or let's haggle back and forth or, whatever. Or however you come to the agreement, an agreement is reached. So um, that's a market. That's how a value is established. Not that you can literally, I can value it at whatever I want to because I'm an individual investor. That makes no sense. That makes no sense. No, it just makes you an idiot because I'm saying the market says, hey, this thing is worth $6. And you're coming in here saying, it's worth $100,000. Okay, you're an idiot. No, it's not. If it was worth, if it was val, it was if that's what it was worth, why isn't it? Why? God, you can't make this shit up. I can. Let's see. Uh, all I know since knowing about the apes, they're crybabies and simps. Pretty much. You pretty much hit it there. Pretty much hit it on the head. What made me want to review this? Well, uh, he's telling like a million lies a minute. He has no understanding of anything whatsoever. Um, he is newer. He has about 10,000 subscribers, I think. We can look at his popularity graph. Let's see. Here he is. Um, let's look at the overall total detailed statistics. So I guess he had something. Maybe it was a different channel back here. Um, this is what, weekly, I guess. Yeah, it's weekly. Okay. Um, he popped up as kind of the replacement for Trey, sort of in a way. Um, but at the end of the day, yeah, Lynn's right here. It is indiscriminate grift coverage. Um, because he's parroting all the same stuff, and it was all packaged, nicely, like a big box of shit packaged, but with a bow on. So I thought, well, I can address all this shit, a lot of this shit, in this one video, because he's just, stream of consciousness grifting. Um, yeah, as an investor means broke as fuck. Uh, no need to be popular, just dumb, or rather clueless. Yeah, man. So, but here you go. This is why. Um, you know, he is fairly also, yeah, he's fairly overzealous, and he appears to be quite narcissistic too. So he's just overall, all in all, just a good representation of the level of just of who's still putting this stuff out here. And there really aren't a lot that are worth looking at. Like, I don't look at Finance News, I don't look at Benji, I don't look at She'll Talk Daily, I barely look at Angelo. And who else is there? CSI, Mohammed, um, Creative, well, we don't look at him, but anyway, Dunning Kruger again, yeah, rearing its ugly head.
Tell you that AMC's fundamental value is much higher, in my opinion, than where it's at now. Um,
Okay, well,
and
good.
if it takes having a cash positive Q4 or beginning of 2023 Q1, like they're trying.
Well, will he be okay, Manny? Will he be okay when AMC doesn't? When they literally do worse than other quarters this year in Q4? But uh, maybe I'll say if, because in typical fashion, somebody put out an inaccurate analysis, an overly positive analysis of projections for the fourth quarter, and then they just took it as a given, as an assumption. They took it as fact that AMC will be cash flow positive in the fourth quarter. That they will do what they haven't done in years, randomly, magically, now. That that's a ratcheting up of desperation, in my opinion. Like, that's pretty. That I don't remember anything that was quite so, I don't know, delusional, or just like straight up like, okay, what? Where are you getting this from? Especially at a time when, it's known that, hey, there aren't a lot of movies. There aren't a lot of movies out. Uh, COVID-19 is still out there. We have other illnesses. I mean, it's not, people don't have enough, people don't necessarily have extra money to go spend at an inflated movie theater, on a movie that's probably not going to be great, that they could watch at home anyway, right now. So, because they already pay for that service. So, yeah. Let's see here. We got it. Got to go back and see what videos you've done on AMC Bigums. Yeah, I know I have. But the problem is it's going to be mostly in a live stream, and it's, so maybe I'll have to look at some of his stuff, again, in a more specific, like, targeted way, because he is chronically wrong. I mean, yeah, I'm glad somebody thought of him, uh, crackhead, because, yeah, wow. Um, it's really, it's a coin toss as to, like, which one of these guys is more ridiculous, and just like playing on emotions, and just rattling off bullshit and claiming it's fact, and not understanding really at all, like, how everything works together, and what things mean, and the level of research, and not only research, but the level, how you present that research. do you provide links to what you're talking about? How does it, how does it work? Okay. Um, so yeah, we may go that direction here. We do have a grifter wall of shame, or actually we call it the tier list ranking. But yeah, that was a while ago. God, when was that? It was like May, I think, or April or May, maybe. That was fun. Scavenger won't be okay. Let's see. Craig votes for a Bigums video. Okay, we'll see what we can do there. We're getting there, almost
To
done.
deter you away from remembering AMC is going into the popcorn industry. Like, we are going to become cash positive again.
See, he's presenting it as a certainty. He's presenting it as just taking it as fact. I mean, I'm sorry, but no, you can't do that. At the very least, you should be skeptical of that possibility. Um, but if you look at the actual data, um, all things considered, you know, I don't think it points to that at all. I think it points to probably worse, but certainly not. I mean, not to kill the short thesis. Yeah, and or that too, Tony. Getting better entertainment watching YouTube than one of the movies. 100%. AMC should show these fucking videos at their theaters. Nobody would pay for it, but it would be entertaining. Okay.
Is it going to be Q4? AMC seems to think so. I seem to think so. But even if it's Q1, like, they're going to kick the can till the last second because they want to make sure that if they're going to close their position, it's a guarantee. They still believe in their head that this is a doable play. Like, and
Like this guy still seemingly believes in his head that this is a doable play. Like, I don't know how you could be such a bad investor or trader or gambler. Let's just say gambler. Like, let's say that you have no idea how to play craps. Let's say you have no idea how to play blackjack or poker. Let's say you have no idea how to play a slot machine. I guarantee some of these clowns are probably that inept. Let's say that you don't know how to play poker. Not everybody knows how to play poker or blackjack or baccarat, whatever, hearts, whatever game. Would you go all in on a game that you don't know how to play, that you've spent no time actually learning about, that you've never practiced, not risking all the money on because somebody told you, hey, man, you got to play that. Have you played that poker, man? You got to play that poker. You win a lot of money playing that poker, man. No, I don't think you would. And after you lost a little money on it, hopefully you'd realize that and say, hey, oh shit, I got a lot to learn here. This is humbling. Maybe I'm not all that. Or you'd say, oh, poker is such a scam. It's such a scam. It's rigged. I mean, but at the end of the day, there's strategies and whatnot. And it's the same thing here. But it's just fascinating how they think that they can predict when. And it's not even, it's completely invalid too, because short positions are being closed all the time. That's literally what the return shares represent on Ortex. So shorts closing a position, maybe shorts opening a new position. Maybe it's a different entity. Maybe it's the same entity. Who knows? We don't know. And since we don't know and can't know, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't. But all we know is we have this number of shares that are sold short. We have this number that have been returned, you know, this day and everything like that. But what could possibly be different now in this fourth quarter that would change it all? That's my question. Good God. What could possibly be different? I mean, I don't know. I don't know. And of course the company is going to say that. Of course they're going to say that. And they're going to say when they miss it, well, we we have unprecedented challenges and da 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 and the Fed and who knows. I just like being honest with yourself here would really go a long way. But it's just crazy.
They're going to kick the can till the last second because they want to make sure that if they're going to close their position, it's a guarantee. They still believe in their head that this is a doable play, like, and they have to believe that because there's no other way to close.
He just keeps going on describing the apes right there. They still believe in their head that it's a viable play, and they're stuck, is what he's saying. He's talking about supposedly the hedge funds on a stock that's gone down a lot. Like this is the like, why are you smiling? Why is he smiling here? I honestly, this is remarkable ignorance. I am completely flabbergasted right now at like how someone could be so smug and confident and smiley and giggling when really, oh my God, I'm gabs, I'm
You
gobsmacked
don't
right
have your
now.
institutional buddies who can work out deals with you that are carrying the shares, right? Retail has them,
Conspiracy
and everybody
theories.
knows where retail, believes this thing's going. So we have them by the
Who
balls.
cares? Who cares where retail thinks it's going? You're a bunch of uninformed gamblers. I'm so sorry. Like the market the market's not stupid. I mean, they know that you suck. For to be blunt, they know that you're full of shit. They know that you have no clue. So it will never happen because this opinion is invalid. It's not based on any actual observable data. And most of the time, the market's got to have something. I mean, not always, but uh, for something like this, I mean, there's got to be something. There's got to be something.
Pardon my French, but that's just a reality. I'm not worried a bit. This is why I try to tell people try
Hear
not to
that
watch the day to day
confidence. Oh my
price
God.
movement, um, because this is their goal at the end of the day, right? These Wall Street people are assholes. Pardon my
I
French,
mean,
but
your day-to-day price movement, that's really the only place that you have a fighting chance, in my opinion, is day to day and intraday. Because, if you subscribe to the um, short term, it's a voting short term a voting machine, long term a weighing machine idea about the stock market, right? So in the short term, it's just popularity. You know, who's getting more votes in a popularity contest, and who's who's saying, yeah, I believe I'm aggressively saying I believe in this popularity, right? Uh, as opposed to passively doing it, market orders. Uh, that has the potential to be irrational, highly irrational, like we saw last year with a lot of things. That's where you probably do have the if you have the opportunity for some volatility to the upside, then it would be in that sphere as opposed to the weighing machine, like actually figuring out the value of the silver in the bag, so to speak. What is the company actually worth fundamentally? That's a shit show. That's a complete disaster. I don't does not seem wise to be putting, the trust into that side of it. So uh, anyway, day-to-day price action. I mean, that's just of course you don't think that people should pay attention to it because you think it should be way higher. But I mean, thinking it should be way higher and it being way higher are two different things, and one does not one has nothing to do with the other. Okay.
they they aren't stupid, right? They want it to be up and down and up and down, go up 20%, down, 15, because they want you to get in your head about this. So, you know, I always tell people the price that we think this thing's going to go to trumps the patience and the holding, right? Like we're
What?
willing to hold for another, like just hypothetical, like I would hold another 2 years, 3 years.
What an idiot. Oh, Jesus. Well, I mean, that's not surprising, is it? I'm willing to hold it for another 2 years. I'm willing to hold it to pink sheets, willing to hold it onto the OTC market, literally willing to hold it to 20 cents. Because then, hey, if they get it down to 20 cents, I'm buying some share. I'm buying 10 shares. That's going to make it price shoot up. I mean, what, this is laughable. It's laughable, man.
4 years, because I know the magnitude of where this thing's going to go. So you're never going to go, find me another place where you're going to make the money that this thing's going to make you. You're going to have the bots and shills who deter you on a day-to-day basis. Somebody's buying those on the other end. That's great. But there's a reason for that. So stay positive, guys. Have a good weekend. I'm staying positive for you guys. I'm staying positive for myself.
Well,
I
it's
didn't
good to
have to
have a
join the
positive
Level Up
attitude,
Discord
but
to do
it's
so
better to have
either.
a
So,
realistic
but if you
attitude.
guys made it this far, guys, like the video, subscribe to the
Wait,
channel.
what'd he say?
You guys, I'm staying positive for myself. I didn't have to join the Level Up Discord to do so either. So, but if you guys made it this far,
Ooh,
guys, like the video, subscribe to the
Jack.
channel, and I appreciate you. Peace.
And I didn't even get into a lot of it. 2 hours. Yeah, I didn't even get into a lot of it. I mean, I just like, I know there were some things I wanted, but I just thought, man, if I start talking about now, it's a whole other rabbit hole. I just can't do it, all of it. But yeah, it's crazy. Um, so let's see here about the Gary Gensler mentioning upgrading to plumbing to make trading a level playing field immediately, a market maker. So I'm gonna sue Gary Gensler and the SEC if they make any. Oh, I need to make this smaller, don't I? But they make any changes. Um, I'm not quite sure that that's an accurate uh, um, summary of it. Um, and and it also, it's not Citadel, right? I thought I thought it was Virtu. I mean, I just want to be sure in my head. So let's see here. Let's find this. Oh, actually, I can just look at it here. Uh, let's see if we get something recent. Well, I want to get Gensler's idea first before we get concerns about it. But SIFMA, Securities Industry Finance, Securities Industry something that uh, trade organization for financial professionals has concerns with it, but I don't want to start with the concerns. I want to start with him talking about it, and not from one of these apes. I just want him talking about it, and no more results apparently. Uh, I know there's a clip somewhere here. Okay, this might be a good clip here. Let's see.
Kate Rooney has more on that. Retail trade getting regulated. There's a lot in this, but it's a back and forth.
Oh, yeah, we've seen this play out since the GameStop and meme stock mania we saw last year. But stock trading firms are gearing up for a potential overhaul of the plumbing in the industry, and they're not happy about it. This week, SEC Chair Gary Gensler proposing
So
rule changes that would affect how
maybe this will address both sides of it. This is from 6 months ago. It's from June 9th. So that's when a lot of this information came out. So
Robinhood, TD Ameritrade, Schwab, and some of the other big brokerage firms have to handle customer stock trades and therefore how they make money. Gensler's plan would require firms to send customer orders to auctions where brokers would compete for the best price instead of going straight to the market makers like Citadel or Virtue on the back end. That's often called payment for order flow. You may have heard that term. Also looking for more disclosure around that practice. Gensler argues that change would boost competition. And all of this was sparked by the meme stock mania last year and questions over whether the average traders were getting the best price. Robinhood executives really punching back on that, saying it's never been a better.
So see, I mentioned before when we were talking about some of this stuff in that last video that they were focusing on the wrong things. And she just said that Gary Gensler's concern was that retail investors are not getting the best execution price. And remember, I believe I said that that's what is important, that they're not worrying about, that apes are not worrying about, whether it's the stock is liquid and you can buy it and sell it whenever you want to, and that you are able to get the price that you want or the best price that available at the time. And that because that directly affects your profit and loss. So you want to get the best price you can so that you can sell it for the best profit. And so right here at the outset of this, you know, explainer is saying, okay, yeah, Gary Gensler's at least what he's saying, excuse me, is that he is concerned, they're concerned about, you know, retail investors getting the best execution price. That at least so far, that seems to be what it's about. Okay.
Time to be a retail trader. Chief legal last year in questions over whether the average traders were getting the best price. Robinhood executives really punching back on that, saying it's never been a better time to be a retail trader. Chief legal officer and former SEC commissioner himself, Dan Gallagher, saying there's nothing wrong with the status quo right now. There's no commissions, there's no fees, and there's fast execution. Gallagher calls it, quote, a really good climate for retail, and to go in and muck with it right now is a little worrisome. He also called it disturbing on the policy side. He also points out that there is a very long road to getting this into law. We'll likely see some formal proposals this fall. It has to go through a comment period. We could also see potential lawsuits, Dee.
Kate, payment for order flow feels very early 2021 for me. Everyone was worried about it. They didn't know exactly why. But then, you know, retail investors who had gotten into the market learned about it, realized this is why they could trade for free. And, you know, perhaps
some
a
of
lot
them
of them
did.
are in a different phase now. They're not buying GameStop and AMC, but maybe they're doing more long-term investments. And does this sort of have the danger of maybe making it more expensive for those people to continue to trade and stay in the market, which many people say overall is a good thing?
Yeah.
If you're not trading, you're investing for the long term.
Well, that could be one of the outcomes here, that retail traders have to go back to the way it was a few years ago and pay commissions, which the 15 or so million people that got into the markets in the last 2 years have been used to free trading. So that will likely be extremely unpopular if you have to go back and pay either a subscription or some sort of commission. And then Robinhood and others would argue that they're not a public utility, that they are a for-profit business, they are allowed to make money off of this stuff. And that is the model of brokerage firms. It's how it's worked, and it's a good thing for the retail traders. They would say, we're not a nonprofit, guys. Right. We got to make money off of this.
And again, that's capitalism. You have firms competing for your business. Remember, what is it? Lending Tree. When banks compete, you win. Well, I mean, sort of. That's the idea, right? It's like a marketplace for the marketplace. It's like a meta market. It's like you're trying to participate in the market, and you're the firms, the financial service firms that are going to be taking care of you, filling your order, they are participating in a market that, you know, ideally drives to the um, most efficient operation for that end of it, just to serve the customer. So I think it's interesting, but not a lot of detail here.
And they're going to fight it.
At the same time, though, Robinhood's reputation.
They're not going back to commission. Payment for order flow is not going away. I mean, notice that they didn't say that. They didn't say it is. They just hinted around it. And that's what it's always been. It's always like, oh, Gary Gensler's looking at payment for order flow. They said that for months, a year. And then remember, they finally came out and said, no, we're not banning payment for order flow. We're not getting rid of it now. We might look at it in the future or something, but and then they came out with this. So I mean, they've even said, we're not getting rid of payment for order flow. So
the model of brokerage firms, it's how it's worked, and it's a good thing for the retail traders. They would say, we're not a nonprofit, guys.
Right.
We got to make money off of this, and they're going to fight it.
At the same time, though, Robinhood's reputation was so damaged in that period with the confetti, even though they've done a lot to change the way the platform works. Payment for order flow and that sort of distrust around it.
Yeah.
In 2021 is still plaguing the company. Look at the stock price, and it's just brutal.
Absolutely. They took a big hit during the GameStop era, and they've done a lot to try to correct that and say, guys, this is the brokerage industry just way it's been for years, for decades before Robinhood came around, but they really were the poster child for payment for order flow.
Right. And we didn't even get to its cash pile, right? Robinhood has a lot of cash, but it has to keep that there in case anything happens again. Kate, thanks very much.
Okay. Well, we'll see if we can get Gensler or something here real quick, but Sarbanes-Oxley, that's an interesting one. 9 months ago. All right, and then we'll move on.
What really happens when we offer to buy or sell a stock?
Nice.
We buy a stock in an app, our order is matched with a seller on an exchange, like on NASDAQ, and we become shareholders, right? Well, actually, that's usually not what happens. Instead, if we put in an order on an app to buy a share at the market price, it's more likely that our broker sends our order to what's often called a wholesaler in the dark market. The wholesaler might be paying the broker for the right to execute the order. That's what's called payment for order flow. It's probably obvious why the app would take this payment, but we may wonder why a wholesaler is willing to pay to trade with us. When we buy or sell a stock, our broker is required to provide us with best execution. We're supposed to get the best price reasonably available, not just a good price. If one of our market orders to buy stock were routed to an exchange, the exchange would need to match our order with the lowest price available on that exchange. That's called competition. Our orders compete against each other to get the best prices. But if the order instead is routed to a wholesaler that has agreed to pay for it, the order is not going to an exchange and is not necessarily receiving the benefit of that broader competition. The wholesaler might sell to us at a price better than the best price shown to the public on the exchange, but not necessarily the best price available. You see, that's because so much of the market is in the dark pools or with the wholesalers in dark, not necessarily competing order by order. These payments, the payment for order flow, thus can create conflicts of interest. When the broker's app encourages us to trade,
I never saw this video.
Was the broker acting in our best interest or trying to generate more payments from our transactions? Look, some brokers will say that these payments allow them to charge 0 commissions. But there's no such thing as a free lunch. There's still cost.
This seems like
we just
all the
don't
talking points that
see it directly. Our market should always be working for us,
for order
not just the big actors or the big financial players.
I mean, the thing is, you you don't know what a wholesaler paid for the product for the security. So maybe they had it, maybe they bought it, you know, months ago. This is hypothetical. Um, at a substantially lower price, and so their cost basis is low already. And at the end of the day, market makers are just they're trading firms. That's really what they are. It's all they do is they trade in the market when somebody wants to buy a stock, and we just say, okay, we need to have some basic coverage on the market, and this is true in the exchange as well. Um, okay, we have all right, we have a stock exchange, we have a market here, a cattle market. So a customer comes in, walks in the door, and goes, moseys up to the counter and says, I want to buy some pigs. Okay. Somebody's got to sell them the pigs. Where are we going to get, who's going to provide them with these pigs or chickens or oil or whatever stocks? Um, Somebody has to be there to provide liquidity. And the market at the end of the day is just buyers and sellers. So you need a seller to match with the buyers. And we want to make sure that all of the customers we can fulfill all the customer orders. No matter what they come in and want to buy, we want to make sure that there's somebody who's willing to sell it to them. And so they're just guaranteed traders. Somebody will buy it from you if you want to sell it. Somebody will sell it to you if you want to buy it. And so we don't want to have an illiquid market because that would distort the price. That would be more distortive of the price um, with less liquidity. So it really makes, I mean, to me, it it's a pretty basic thing. But anyway, we don't. So we have these trading firms that are just default traders. You could even say, right? It's just we know that somebody is going to be willing to go on the other side of that trade, and they're not doing it for free. They're making a profit, but the payments that they pay to the brokers for the order flow is an expense. This is something that Ken Griffin said too. They have to pay it. They have to pay it to the broker to get the right to get those customers. So, you know, it's an expense for them essentially. Um, but there's costs involved in doing business. So the volume of trades, if you can get enough volume of trades where you're making a little bit on each trade, hopefully, or you're not losing more than you're making. It can be a profitable business apparently. So, but nonetheless, somebody has to. If we expect to be able to have a liquid market where you can go in and buy lean hogs, somebody's somebody's got to sell them to you. So we need to have somebody who's got lean hogs or will promise to get the lean hogs and deliver them. Um, in the event that we have a customer that comes in and wants to buy lean hogs. Now, let's move on from this because I'm going to let that kick around a little bit and people can think about it or whatever comments or leave it go in the chat. So let's see here with what we have here. Getting into some of the other videos here. So, well, we requested AMC Bigums. I don't know if Craig's still here, but let's see what we got. Mr. Big Gums. So, okay. I don't know these new tabs up here, videos separate from live. I'd like to see them all together, really, but anyway, um, yeah. See, here's why I haven't really looked at this guy a lot because I'm not going to sit here and watch a 1.5 hour stream as I'm doing a 4 hour stream. That would make it like an 8 hour stream, but since we had a request for it, I'll do it, or at least some of it, not all of it. Because at the end of the day, you can't kick the can down the road forever, can you guys? Okay, I'm just gonna drop in different spots here. I don't know
You
any
would have a
better way to
warrant
do
out
it.
for your arrest, and they're just going, well, there's the possibility now. It sets it up. And this is what I'm talking about, you guys. This is what was hilarious. We'll get to MMPL in a second here.
Oh, good.
These guys are sitting there just giving each other hand jobs in the back. That's all they're doing. I mean, this is literally ridiculous. You got sleepover at Maxine's house. Look at it. Watch this. Oh, sweet Samuel. Oh, let me blow you a kiss. You're such a sweet boy. Oh, I can't wait till you come cuckle me in front of my husband. Oh, don't worry. That was our deal so I could get you over to the Bahamas. We know.
Wow.
Look at this shit.
This is the kind of
It's literally
stuff. It's
ridiculous.
like,
You guys remember that banker?
be
Who was,
more of a drama
they're having the
queen,
thing with
could
the
you?
senator, and the guy's like, "Oh, one of my people in my office over here is coming to work for you guys. We know her dad already works for
Okay,
us
so
too." Stuff. I mean,
SBF.
he has a lot more knowledge than I do.
Oh, the
Basically, what
chainsaw
happened
article.
is a CME firm that they were working with. They stopped working with them in December. So the shares that they said that were backed by this company, they weren't even working with that company anymore. So how the hell could those shares be backed by that company? There's a whole bunch of stuff here. I'm not going to go super into it, but here's the article. Gonna go ahead and put that up here real quick, but I mean, he goes at, I mean, I'm going to get him on here. He's going to go deep into this stuff. I mean, he has a lot more knowledge than I do on this. But this also looks to me, so I mean, here's the thing. I always take things with a grain of salt because this doesn't, I mean, even if it's a legitimate site, anything like that, because you can kind of see, I mean, he's using Twitter references.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't take this with a grain of salt.
Twitter references are wrong. That's where a lot of tons of accurate information comes out. But I'm just saying, when you see that that's your, information, a lot of times make sure that you always double check that information is correct. But this is where he talks about how they stopped working together. This talks about Peter Hahn, which I've had on the show a couple times. I love Peter. He's a very intelligent person,
Peter
I believe.
is not an intelligent guy.
He talks about how they were using these to borrow shares, how the cost of borrowing dropped drastically after all these came out. And one of the things I want to get into,
maybe his intelligence is
shows how they had no shares,
deciding to be a grifter.
Shows how they actually went ahead and removed evidence. There's a whole bunch of stuff.
He's demonstrated many times that he doesn't.
I don't want to get so super.
He has
into that stuff,
about the same.
One of the things I did want to cover that I thought very
grasp as a lot of these 20-something-year-old
BlackRock says to get ready
have
for
no
a recession,
grasp of it,
unlike any other, and warns that ways that worked in the past won't work now.
Oh, there's your quote.
What I believe he's talking about is ISDA, and like I was telling everybody, this is where they've been dumping the bodies. We're gonna go ahead and get into all that.
Dumping the bodies. Ooh, this sounds juicy.
This is where they've been dumping all the bodies. They know that they can no longer sit there. All these grandfather contracts are no longer going to be able to be hidden. All this hidden stuff is going to keep coming out.
So here he goes, connecting it to his swap phase 6 theory.
Crypto, as we've been saying,
grandfathered.
Like I said, it's all playing out perfectly.
That's what he's talking about.
But the problem is I didn't want them to go left.
Square peg in a round hole.
It's going to be their bullshit fucking way, and they're going to try and do whatever they can to stall and do all this bullshit, short us down.
This is all about AMC.
We're going to get into all this in a second here.
No, it's not. They didn't talk.
Literally, these guys. Good God, this is so.
Everything.
I mean, at some point, like if this isn't.
Yeah, it is. I agree.
I agree.
It is.
Don't know
AMC Bigums. So, when you get to the point where everything is seemingly somehow connected to what you believe, everything is some reason, well, they're not going to say it explicitly, no, but clearly we all know it's about this. this is more evidence of the cult thinking, the cult characteristics that are going on here. When everything is anything that is not supportive of your positive outlook becomes a targeted attack, is interpreted as a targeted attack that's unfairly lobbed, in order to be antagonistic and to suppress the group. That's a cult. That's what cults say and do. As a result of brainwashing and every cognitive bias and logical fallacy in the book, pretty much. But pointing those out and arguing that at this point, it seems academic or futile. We're way beyond that. We're way beyond me sitting here pointing out the confirmation bias and arguments from experience or personal vignette. So we're way past that.
What the hell is at some point here?
But nonetheless.
But what they're talking about is all that stuff's going to go out. We need new places to hide it. And then as we went over last time, what did CEO of BlackRock, tokenized,
he needs to lay off the crack rock.
He says, get ready for the next generation of tokenized securities. They're saying that that's going to be the next major market. It's the future of the market. We know. They need tokenized securities. They need CBDCs. They need a digital dollar because they've destroyed all of this. Now, the 80 trillion that we went over the other day.
I say too, when any talk, I mean, I'm sorry, like when any talk of changes, fundamental changes or things like that, come up, it's like they're like, well, of course they need all this stuff so they can keep manipulating it, and they want to do all this stuff, but I mean, what they should do is just throw in the towel. You lost. You were on the wrong side of the AMC bet because they're such a strong fundamental company that might possibly could, probably won't be cash flow positive this quarter or anytime in the next few quarters, and may run out of cash beforehand. And most certainly the creditors were talking about it with respect to that a few days ago, AMC debt holders or loan providers are discussing restructuring possibilities, and the response on Reddit was, "Oh, that's about AMCX. That's about AMCX. It's not about AMC. It's hedge funds wrote these articles, and it's not true." It most certainly is, actually, and the claim that it's actually about AMCX doesn't hold water. That was already announced previously. And the details do not match. So I looked at that in a previous live stream, but so I'm not going to worry about it now. But so they want to this is a stop the count the votes moment. And I know Model 3 dude, if he's still on here, knows what I'm talking about. It's a stop the count the vote moment, because he wants to the status quo is the problem. The system is the problem, right? They're doing all this dirty stuff. The system's a problem. We need to change the system. We need fairness and yada yada yada. But now what I'm hearing is, oh, well, they want they want to do what was he talking about? Crack rock. I don't know. He flips through so much shit and doesn't even talk about it. It's hard to even scroll through because even 5 seconds you miss a lot. But um, the tokenized securities, Crack Rock says tokenized securities are going to be the thing, and uh, central bank digital currency, and yada yada yada, right? This will become the new status quo possibly, but and nonetheless, it's like well, we want change and fairness on our terms, what we think is fair, okay? As people who literally last year were talking about what color Lambo that we're going to get, I don't think that it holds much water. And Chris is absolutely correct. It's crime. That's the answer is crime always. So, but you know, that's an Uncle Rico moment right there. Like, you know, it's a crime that the coach didn't put me in at state. We would have, we would have taken state. That gets you nowhere, right? It's pretty miserable and pathetic, honestly, actually. So some of those people, I have no doubt we're gonna have some new Uncle Ricos coming in. All right, this guy might be one of them.
This is literally ridiculous.
Ah, yes,
On
it
top of
is.
that, 65 trillion as we went over in missing dollar debt off balance sheet through other countries' currency derivatives. What the hell? There's just trillions going everywhere.
Crime.
The national debt. I want you guys to look at this. The national debt is now 31 trillion. Other countries
Large
own 7 trillion
numbers.
of that. And as you're seeing,
Be
other
afraid.
countries are getting less and less and less and less. And we're getting more and more and more. Why? Treasury bonds are selling less. And they're just fucking dipping into our pockets more and more and more. Now, if you guys look at this
Right.
also, look how much we're throwing away.
Well, I'm not going to get into this any deeper, but
1 billion a day on interest payments on the debt. 1 billion a day on interest payments on debt.
this debt is not like household debt. We have a debt-based system. It's how it
This
works.
shit is unbelievable.
I mean, yeah, if you think about debt
I mean, Jesus.
like a household, like an individual does,
If you
that's
guys look over
ridiculous.
here, household debt is again increased by 6.3% in Q3.
Inflation.
It's going up drastically.
Groundbreaking
drastically. We're at 930 billion in credit card debt.
I like how he looked this up. Oh, oops. Oh, well, 720 is as good as it gets. He searched for 900 billion credit card debt. That's how he's looking at the top Google, what is this called? A featured snippet, which, you know, okay, yeah, I happen to I've looked at that recently too, this credit card debt, and but I didn't use that source. Um, but I think most people have experienced these featured snippets. They don't always they're not always telling you either accurate information or the information that you think they're telling you. In this case, it appears to be, but it's just funny. That's what he searched for: 930 billion credit card debt, and we got it right there. It's funny. I mean, to me, it would be more interesting to look at a graph of it. That would be I think a little bit more interesting, and you can see when so you can first of all you can see that this is consumer credit cards, revolving credit lines. So it's been steadily increasing. It was increasing in 2019, early 2020 before the pandemic. It was already in this long-term uptrend, and then we have the pandemic, and we have stimulus payments and unemployment and all that good stuff, funny money, and the credit card balances. I mean, it literally went back to 2017 levels essentially. Uh, but then something happened. It's The the Fed pivot. The no the I don't know, something pivoted. Well, this is June, fall, late summer, fall of last year is when unemployment ended. The states, the red states, the Republican states, including my own home state of Ohio, um, decided. Our wonderful governor, um, Mike DeWine, uh, and a bunch of dozen other or so other GOP governors decided, "Hey, you know what? Even though the CARES Act or um, federal stimulus payments have been guaranteed by the federal government through, I think it was September, and I believe it was June that they cut them off early. Because remember, the narrative was there's a labor shortage. There's a labor shortage, right? And then we went into a period of extreme inflation. So was that really the right call? And here's credit card debt zooming up. I mean, it's really there's no shortage of just complete fucking failures in the last 3 years with this whole thing, with everything. And but then you look at, okay, where did this money mostly go? How many new billionaires were created during the pandemic? How did the net worth of the top 1%? I don't want to use the other term for it because then I'll sound like Mohammed. But the wealthiest, uh, how did their net worth change over this period as compared to, you know, I don't know, the bottom 90% something. Anyway, um, right? It I don't want to sound like an ape here, be conspiratorial. I'm not suggesting this at all, but you know, one gets the sense that it's kind of a scam. It's kind of it's kind of bullshit, really. Um, how this whole thing has played out, and yeah, great. Now, so we had that, and then and originally the stimulus and unemployment extensions came out under Trump. It came out under, you know, the uh, GOP party being in control. Uh, and everything's cool. And the pandemic continues. And, and time wears on. And it was still continuing last summer and fall and still continues now. Um, then they say, well, even though they set aside these funds so that we can have people, not be as active and can, not be in socially close quarters so we can get this thing under control, even though we've already planned for that because of a perceived labor shortage. I mean, it's just absurd to think about now because of this labor shortage. Uh, right before everything's about to get way more fucking expensive at the grocery store and everything already. Um, we're gonna just say no. We're go back to work, and the effects of that. Anyway, um, okay, Sergeant, I'm saying first quarter of 2023 is gonna suck. Um, I think by summer we're gonna start pulling out of this. Um, Okay, and so Chris is saying pull up the M1 chart. All right, can do that. And we could do M1, we could do M2, we could do M3. Doesn't really matter because the picture is exactly the same. Okay. This chart, and I just want to make sure I get this right here. And I'm not going to go into how the monetary system works beyond there's money out there, right? There's money out there in people's hands. It's in banks, it is cash, right? It's anything in anything in the banks, credit unions, any depository institution. Okay, it's the money that's circulating is one other way you could think about it. Um, and that's what this chart is showing us over time. So let's make it a little bigger here. So this is a chart of that value over time. And we're looking at, 2000 through the present here. And we're on the y-axis, we're looking at this is in billions of dollars. So if we have 1,000 over here, that's 1 trillion. So you can see before the pandemic, and it's increasing at a more elevated rate since 2008. Great financial crisis is when they started the so-called quantitative easing, adding money to the system. Okay, so we can see that here. By the way, these shaded parts are indicating recessions. So here's the 2008 financial crisis. Here's the very short period of volatility in the stock market. And this is not a coincidence that these lines are where they are here. And then here's the .com crash, or actually this, I guess, is, yeah, .com explosion here. So that's what we're looking at. So we can see it steadily increasing, but it's at about 4 trillion before the pandemic, and even in early 2020. Mm. So here's the February 2020. This maybe I should pull up a stock chart here too, just so we can reference maybe the what the market did, right? Because it's all related. And Chris is brilliant for suggesting this, by the way. So thank you. All right, so let's pull up like the S&P 500. Um, Here, and let me get this off here. Okay. Okay, so we can look at roughly the same period, 2018, roughly the same period, roughly. Okay. So do you see any similarities here? Right? Let's put another marker on it. This shaded area here. We go right in the middle of it, March 2nd, first week of March. Oh, March 2nd, perfect. We need to make that thicker. Right, there's our rose-colored line. That's in the middle of the recession, what they're calling this little, recessionary period here. It's right in the middle of it, right in here. When the stock market was going down a lot still, and how much did it go down? Roughly about 35%. That represents about 35%. Okay, so it went down 35%. Now, in terms of the amount of money that's floating around, let's jump up here. So this is let's just go June 1st, 2020. Okay, so we were at 4 trillion before the pandemic and even into April. By June 1st, we're at 16 trillion. So $12 trillion uh, of money was added to the money supply in those 2 months, basically here. And it was really, I guess it was really in April and May. But by the time, you're reporting it in May and June, we quadrupled. The money supply was increased. So, and back over here in the stock market, even if we go back to 2008, oh, here's our last recession. Oops. Remember, this was a period where the money supply was increasing anyway already before COVID, right here. Money supply is increasing, stock market's going up. We have another crisis, COVID-19. Ooh, got coronavirus. Ooh, ooh. Yeah, I need some crocodile of Wall Street. We may have to do a crocodile break here. Um, Here's the crisis. The response to the crisis by June 1st. Remember, June 1st. Our other line or point in time we were looking at here where the money supply was high. The market had basically already recovered from that 35% decline. In fact, at that point, it's only down, 4 or 5%, 5% from where it was before the pandemic. So it had recovered, right? Oh, but that's not all. Oh, wait, just wait, there's more. So we're already there here, June 1st. From that point, from this point to the peak in late of early whatever around the beginning of this year, the stock market went up another 48%. The S&P 500 went up another 48%, while this money supply was elevated here. Okay, so here's why this is important and why uh, the market's going to go down a lot more, and why next year is going to be shitty, to, quite frankly. Okay. Well, let's look at one other thing. But basically, all this is the stimulus right here. The overall stimulus. It's everything. It's all the money that was spent in COVID-19 relief, stimulus, paycheck protection, unemployment. This is where the money came from. They just created it. And this is directly related to why we have the price inflation that we have now. It's a fundamental concept in economics of supply and demand, essentially. But you've increased the supply. So what does that do? Well, it's dilution, essentially. So you have more total money now. So all the money is worth less. So you have a certain amount of money, total cash, total currency that's in circulation. And if you double it or triple it or quadruple it, that changes the effect of that money currency in practice. So how does it deal? How do we deal with this? Things are repriced, and but not everything's repriced, and not everything changes at equal points in time, and things, some things shoot up, and it just messes everything up. So, and this is yeah, this is so to get in, and you can see that this actually was still rising in 2022, which blows my mind. That you know, well, first of all, I mean, the stock market and the stock market's not the economy. I know that. I'm not saying that it is, but it is an indication. By August of 2020, you legitimately had recovered um, everything that was lost in the COVID crash. And, you know, I guess you could make an argument that this trend line was going basically where it went anyway. But I mean, I don't think there's any real denying. I mean, first of all, this is the whole quantitative easing speculative bubble that started right here. So here's the last crash. And by the way, this crash in total was roughly, what does that say? I can't even 50%. 50%. That's a 50% decline. And it takes until 2013 to get back to where it was in 2007. 2013, 6 years to get back to where it was. What we did here, we took, I don't know, 6 months, and then went up another 58% or whatever it was. So how much are we down right now? That's a question. Roughly, well, not right now, 18%. 18%. How much, excuse me, how much is this down? Yeah, well, I don't think it's down 18%. I mean, it might be, but this needs to come down. That's how inflation is handled. Um, Interest rate hikes, uh, you know, alone is not going to do much for this. So they are reducing balance sheet. They have stuff. I don't. So we could look and see even on here, but you can see if you look at the line. Hate that arrow. If you look at the line, sort of you would imagine a linear regression on there. Like if you drew a line that kind of traced the trend line, say it's clearly heading down. And so, went from 20.1 trillion to 19.9 trillion, and it's trickling down. But this what I'm trying to say here is this 18% is laughable, really, when you consider what in order to really get to the where number one, the Fed says that they want it to be in terms of inflation. But now I've been hearing the narrative is, oh, they're going to pivot from 2%. The Fed's going to realize that 2% is not doable and that they're going to have to pivot sooner. And we'll revise the target up to 3.5% inflation. I mean, honestly, th- some of these propaganda actors, pieces of propaganda that they're putting out, it's just absurd. Like, yeah, the market should go up from here. Yeah, it should just start going up and just keep going up. I mean, give me a break. That would literally make things worse. And in fact, you know, when we do have um, loosening of conditions, which we've seen last, a little bit. And we're looking at weekly charts here, but the last few weeks we've actually seen conditions loosen. This week may be a pivot. We're looking at a 10-year note yield here, which is, basically the interest rates, 10-year interest rate. So we saw it hit 4.3 back in let's see, October. What happened in October in the stock market? Uh, oh yeah, we had another low, a lower low on the 10-year yield hitting a new high. So these are inversely correlated. Um, but this is loosening. And what did we see? We saw data, we saw data, we saw PPI recently that are basically not going in the direction substantially that the Fed is intending them to go. So this and we've been talking about that in finance chat, and how the market rallying, these rallies, um, every time the belief that this is the time when the Fed's going to magically, stop raising interest rates or start cutting interest rates. We're nowhere near that point. We're nowhere close to that point. We don't have a trend of lower inflation yet. We don't have. If they pivoted now, it would be a disaster. It would be catastrophic. Um, so when Sergeant Maloney says that, um, not understanding why the market's doing this bad, unemployment is low, gas prices getting lower, etc. Well, uh, the thing is, here, unemployment being low. Okay, and this is where there's different terms for this concept. Some people call it the upside down, some people call it backwards, or you could say in a recessionary environment, in an inflationary, expansionary. Is that right? In an expansionary environment. Gosh, talk. Um, how would things normally react, or what would they normally indicate versus in the situation we're in now? What would it indicate? And there's a good Maverick of Wall Street clip that maybe I should just pull up real quick, uh, that explains it better if I can find it real quick here. But basically, what I'm trying to say is that unemployment being low normally would be a good thing. Normally, that's a good thing. We want everybody to have jobs and produce products that people buy. That's increased demand, right? We want that. We want expansion. But the problem is right now we are in, what did Chris say here? Um, sorry, wage price spiral up still in effect. Producer price still going up, and people think CPI is going to go down on Tuesday. But that's exactly it, right? So the wage price spiral, prices going up, making products more and services more expensive. Employers have to raise wages to give people enough money to buy the products and services, which in turn makes the products and services more expensive because there's increased demand and not enough supply. So um, it's supply and demand, really, at the end of the day, on a macro economic level. But unemployment being low is a problem. Unemployment needs to be higher. And this is, terrible to talk about, I guess, and it's counterintuitive, and Who wants people to be out of work? But that's not what. That's not it, though. Um, I mean, we're talking, societal level here, and I'm sure it'll come, but it's just there's a bullish bias in the market. The market likes to go up. Wall Street likes to make money. Um, but it's just, it's an unsustainable uh, trend, really. So I agree with Chris on that. They're front running the Fed. No pivot. Sorry. Yeah. And what's the first rule that I mean I think it's one of the first rules when anybody starts learning, starts looking into the Federal Reserve, learning about the Federal Reserve's function and their impact on the markets. What's the first rule? The first thing that anybody who actually cares to learn about these things learns or says, it's don't fight the Fed. Don't fight the Fed. Um, it, does it surprise me that this market is irrational enough to think that they can fight the Fed and win? Absolutely not. It doesn't surprise me at all the way that this market is. Um, this is a lot. People talk about the coiled up spring or whatever, the compressed spring. I mean, this is a lot of energy. So this is a strong signal here, and strong signals, strong trends, strong springs. When they unwind or when they where they tend to be, they can be destructive or release a lot of energy. This is a lot. I mean, this is, it's really amazing and it's unprecedented. I mean, look at this. This is going back to the 70s, 1975. I mean, you're talking about 4 trillion from let's just say 1970. From 1970 to 2020, the increase went from, I don't know, uh, 250 billion, 250 billion to 4 trillion, okay, over that period. From 2020 to 2020, in a span of 6 months, it did that one, two, three, and by the end of in this year, when they finally started reversing it, going the other direction, taking money out, which didn't happen until May, really. One, two, three, four times. So in 2 years, you quadrupled the amount over that 45-year period. I mean, it's unprecedented. It's just, are we gonna, is it, I don't know. I mean, it's fucked up. I mean, there's no question about it. So, government is talking about reversing inflation. I mean, they're doing what they can, I guess, that protects the interests that need to be protected. The way the counter inflation is quantitative tightening and Fed rate increases. We don't have the stones to do a Paul Volcker maneuver. The moment they talk about tapering, we have a taper tantrum, right? Um, let's see here. I did not find that clip yet, but let's see. All right, here it is. Chris mentioned Paul Volcker. So it says inflation continued to persist. This is from a Reuters article about inflation. And they're talking about inflation in the 70s, 1970s. Inflation continued to persist, exceeding 14% at one point. Paul Volcker became Fed chair in August 1979 and continued a rate hike cycle that pushed the federal funds rate to a recession-inducing 22%. So when Chris talks about a Paul Volcker maneuver, that's what he's referring to. He's referring to the federal funds rate or the interest rate being 22% here in 1980, end of 1980. And so the theory is that, excuse me, the theory is that in order to kill inflation, the interest rate needs to be risen to a level above the level of inflation. And that's what happened here. And that's what basically, that's set. I mean, there was some problems in the late 80s, but in general, this is, this is Reaganomics and beyond, into this modern era. This is the era of financialization. This is the area. This is the area of increased outsourcing. This is the era of increased corporate profits, and all that fun stuff. So this is the interest rate over this same period we've been looking at, honestly. So do I not have the, okay. Yeah, so this is the money supply. And we can see that where the interest rates really collapsed here and were basically near zero, meaning it was very affordable to borrow money. This is a period where we see the money supply increasing. First of all, number one, we see the money supply increasing. It's a period, I mean, we're looking at the same thing here, but basically in a different form. This is the 10-year yield, so it's collapsing here. And then we also looked at the stock market, so the S&P 500 over that period, and this again is this period of this trend line that took us up to for the pandemic. So it was an extension of that trend here, but this is the period of this period of basically zero rates. So all this combined, put together, we need to see something like this. We haven't seen this yet. Doubt we will. But yeah, it's if inflation's 8%, I mean seven, whatever is reported, it's probably double that in reality. It's at least 10%. I mean, I'm still seeing some prices go up on things. So, I mean, yeah, gas is down a lot. I saw gas for under $3 today. I didn't get it. I should have. I had to go to a bad neighborhood, a worse neighborhood, and do some work for somebody. And past the gas station, it was 2.97 a gallon. But I didn't feel like dealing with it. It was cold, and I just wanted to get home. But yeah, so that makes the headline inflation appear to be lower, but you always have to dig into the numbers. It's always in the details. Um, I don't think food and stuff like that's going down really. Um, so are we going to turn into Venezuela? No, probably not. I don't think so. So we've done this before. This is, you know, something that happens. Now, we haven't done this before, so that's interesting. Um, but we're all still alive and relatively happy and prosperous. So, was it all bad? No, but do we need to probably curtail the excesses of this late capitalist society? Probably. I don't think that'll happen. I don't know where it's going. I don't think anybody does, but I think it's clear that this is probably unsustainable. Um, I mean, when AMC Bigums is bitching about the debt payments and things like that, I mean, yeah, you think so. Chris says Fed funds rate is presently 3.754%. Inflation is 8. So, and they're talking about, oh, well, the top end of the target rate. I mean, this is not necessarily the Fed, but pundits, talking heads, 5%, 5.5% next year, and then pivot. And it's like I don't see it personally, but I'm not an expert. I'm just trying to make sense of this. But I mean, if you look at CPI, and we've seen this inflate. It really it accelerated this year. It seems like the slope increased, but I mean, this is this. I mean, yeah, it's a couple months behind. It's always a lagging indicator, yes, but also, I mean, if you put it all together, this is the this is what. Yeah, we saw it sort of flatten out. I mean, it hit a new high. It's just no, it's been terrible. It's terrible. I mean, it's not in a downtrend. It's supposed to be in a down. They need it to be in a downtrend. I mean, and it was look how it increased this year alone, just from January. This is an index, so just looking at the number here, compare it 281, 281 to now 298. Um, so let's say basically 20 point increase. I mean, we were already seeing some inflation, and again, it's all related. The things that we're looking at here, they all correlate. But here's that period of whatever low rates, expansionary, whatever in after 2008. This period here, the the zero rate period, the increase in the stock market, um, the CPI. Yeah, we have things got more expensive over that period, clearly. Um, but I mean, 20 points is um, two lines here. So I mean, it takes you several years to do that, and we just jumped up here. So 40 points, 40 points. But anyway, it's a lagging indicator. But I mean, in um, June, if you look at the stock market, you know, um, bottoms so far, significant bottoms, but nowhere near the actual one, probably. You have we have the June bottom, and then you have the October bottom, right? And in the S&P, that the October was lower, same in the Nasdaq, but I believe in the Dow it was different. Could be wrong about that because again, these things also do kind of go in different cycles. Okay, it was lower, but you had a more violent rally back up. I thought one of these indexes didn't do that. Well, the Russell sort of did, but I mean, if you look at something like Apple didn't. The October lows were higher than the June lows, so that to me is an indicator. That it was an indicator to me that yeah, this is fucked up, basically. Um, okay, where were we going with that? Oh yeah, so you know, June lows. We have the benefit now, I guess, of hindsight because we didn't have this information in that month, but nonetheless, it correlates. So but it wasn't a cause effect thing. Like we didn't see the chart and then react to it because this was lagging data, so it didn't come out until later. But we can see the correlation. I think that this was kind of flat-ish here, and then it started going back up. Well, and it's flat-ish here. Maybe it stopped going up, but then the market went back up. And this is Apple again, but I mean, talk about original meme stocks. The boomer meme stock, Apple. Um, and this represents a period of, you know, um, what period does it represent? It represents between June and April, right? Or um, June and September, essentially. I got some loud music coming from somewhere. Oh, not AMC. I don't even remember. It was Apple, right? Yeah, June to basically to September. Yeah. So that's that uptrend. That this irrational. I mean this one, that one pissed me off, to be honest. We're talking about this period here, this loosening here, and we're in another period of it right here. So, and then we had our, I forget what the catalyst was here. There was some data came out or something. I don't know. Probably inflate. I don't know. I don't remember. But that's what put us into this most recent one. Boy, I thought that rally would never end. Holy shit. It's, when you're bearish, and you're looking at macro data, it's just kind of, it's just like, I know it's a part of the deal, and there's a lot of reasons why, but not the least of which is profit and greed. But anyway, it's a system we have. But it's not staying up. 100 Apple back at 175, 176 in August. Give me a fucking break. Give me a motherfucking break. And now what do we have? We have all these problems. We have all this, all these issues. Yeah. So, but in August, the market really thought, you know, creators really the value of Apple was really that high. But now, you the iPhones are delayed, and there's all these supply chain issues in China and all this crap. It's just, clearly it wasn't going to stay up there. But it's kind of infuriating because all right, this is fucking stupid. This is a ridiculous shit. Obviously, just obviously. But problem is, if it's obvious, it's obviously wrong. And I was obviously wrong some at various points along this bullshit. Okay, I can't. Obviously, this is the capitulation, and then eye in the face. Obviously it's here. No, obviously it's obviously wrong. That's what the market does. But that's not manipulation or being rigged. It's just hard. Okay. Buying stocks and crypto till this dip ends. Yeah, I don't have any advice personally, but you know, what we're saying is that basically that the market, again, I don't want to be I sound like Sam Bankman-Fried. And again, uh, I didn't have access to all the data. I'm going off of what I have seen. It does it does appear that we may have had problems, and again, you know, I wasn't really. Let me pass the buck again. one more time, shall I? Okay. I don't want to say it's obvious. Obviously, it's going to go down, but I mean, I don't know. Can I say clearly? Um, it seems like uh, because we do have some problems, and this is yeah. Anyway, Chris says to stick to DeFi crypto like Bitcoin. Decentralized finance blockchain is immutable tech. USA kicked out all DeFi exchanges, though. You would have to offshore some funds and cold storage wallets. I think that I would say he's probably saying not necessarily something like Webull. Um, I'm not I'm not 100% sure how that works on those types of platforms. I don't know if you actually own it or if you have some kind of um, contractual exposure. Um, I'm not sure how it works, how the clearing and custody stuff works for that. I'm not a fan of that particular brokerage, but it doesn't really matter. Um, at the end of the day, I just don't really care for the platform and prefer to support. I just I want my brokerage preferably to be in the country. Like it's just personal thing. I don't really see any reason that a Chinese brokerage should make money off of my trades. But anyway, I've used it before, but not for crypto. And I don't like a platform that doesn't give you real-time data or that asks you to pay $5 for a NASDAQ level two subscription. That's nickel and diming, and I don't like being jerked around. I never got charged a dime for on TD Ameritrade or Fidelity, and I used both of those platforms for research only. Never had a single dime in either account for years before I ever actually traded in them. And I had real-time data on both platforms, and it was good, and it was free. I literally didn't give them a dime for years. So that to me, that's unacceptable. It's just it's kind of garbage, um, especially on option trades. How are you going to trade options on a 15-minute delay? I do not know. So that's how they get you. You lose money on the trades, and so then you're like, well, shit, I need real-time data. I better pay the $3 for Nasdaq and $4 for the New York exchange and this for but that doesn't include options. Shit, now I need to get the C-boat package. Like, no, that, that's where I draw the line. Anyway, but that's a good discussion, and I'm glad that Chris brought that up about the macro. Hopefully, I represented it, in a clear way that was accurate. Um, and here's, and Chris is bringing up something here too that's interesting, and it can be interesting to speculate about the recent events, but that's why they kicked out all the DeFi. They don't want you to buy DeFi because it's a threat to the establishment. And that's an interesting point. I was watching that. Well, we watched that Michael Saylor clip last time, I think on Sunday night, and he mentioned that, I believe, and it makes a lot of sense. Uh, so, I don't know, but there's definitely something to, be said for wanting to keep control of things. So, um, it seems like, I don't know, it seems like to me more people are aware of things now, but then I think about all this crap on here and it's like, well, clearly they're not. Or if they are, it hasn't. hasn't taken root at all. They still, you know, think it's 2021 and want it to behave like that. Um, but I don't know where crypto's going. But he asked me what fiat means. I told him it is a Latin root meaning crappy little car. Yeah. Um, yeah, that's one way you could go. I was thinking, uh, another way is, um, you could say, what is fiat? You could say, well, it's that thing that the Beatles said, right? It's that one, it's like that one Beatles song. Oh, which one, Scott? Uh, let it be, let it be, let it be so, because that's what literally it is, and that's the concept. It's let this become money. Let this be money. This is here. This is money because we say it's money. Let it be. Let it be so. Um, so yeah, but I like the small crappy car. That's the thing. It's the thing where listening to uh, listening to that one Beatles song in those little tiny little cars. You could put them both together. I don't know. It's all right. So let's pivot here.
Hey, what's up? This Frankie, man. Let me say I'm not a financial advisor. Anything that I say in this video is for entertainment purposes only. Whatever I say in this video is my
No, we didn't
opinion, may
finish
not necessarily be factual. Don't let
AMC
what I say
Bigums,
in
but
this
whatever.
video be the determining
You
factor
get the
as to
idea.
whether you should buy, sell, or hold a stock. I'm just an
He has
entertainer
no
on
clue.
YouTube. Look, I'm gonna try to make this one of my last videos as far as talking about Adam Aaron.
Oh,
And simply because of the fact that I think I have a good idea of what's going on with this short squeeze play. And man,
oh
I know
boy.
that Adam Aaron is not going to do anything. Just like when they dropped the
Mohammed's
Ape
figured it
share,
out.
it's all about the company. Just like
So you think he figured out it's a scam? Is that what he's saying? He says he thinks he's figured out what's going on with the short squeeze play. I'm almost 100% sure that he has no idea, that he's probably farther away than he's ever been at this point. But I would love to be proven wrong. So let it be.
the Ape share was all about the company. That's cool because the company may need to be strong, but nothing that they do is about the short squeeze play in the Ape. So for us, as far as our play ripping and making sure that our play is successful, it's all about us, man. We're gonna have to make that happen. Ain't nobody, man, coming to save us.
Let me
It's all
guess,
about
buy
the
and
apes,
hold.
damn hand
Huh?
apes. So why should I spend my time trying to talk to him and press him about what he's going to do as far as the criminal activity in the short squeeze play when I know that he's not going to do anything? I might as well spend my time, talking about the short squeeze play and talking about the opposite of the
Trading
enemy
other
now short
stocks?
squeeze play.
Is
So
that what I heard?
I was watching
Oh
Common
no.
Sense Investor video this morning, and he was talking about GTII, and he asked the question: should AMC do the same thing that GTII is doing as far as fighting the stock market manipulation and the criminal activity? And I would say, no, I don't think it's really necessary, simply because of the fact that they're two totally different plays. We got two different options, two different enemies in our short squeeze play. Our short squeeze play is massive. It's on a whole different level. And if you ask me, it's two things that's going to cause our short squeeze to play. It's two things that could cause our play to rip. One, I would say they either bleed out and run out of liquidity and money to the point to where they can't
Look at
short us or
that.
fight us anymore,
Perfect.
or litigation. Either one of
Beautiful.
those two things. You see what I'm saying? And see,
That's a masterful pump and dump. Oh, wow. That is something. Look at that. Right back to where it was before all this mania. That's, I mean, this is what they pretty much all look like. This is what AMC looks like at this point. Although this precipitated way quicker, it seems like, but the whole thing did. I mean, this is the state. This is the state of what was that? I'd have to go to my channel and look, and I don't even care. But this is the peak pump and dump. That's it. This is post peak pump and dump uh, in an OTC stock these days. So this, I mean, it's great, and you can see this tells such a story, doesn't it? Here's here's the mania. Here's the and here's the this is AMC, right? This is definitely AMC, even though it's GTII and happened in a couple months. This is the same exact psychology at work, just in a compressed period. Um, here's the squeeze, mania, FOMO, everything. This is the move. This is the impulsive move. If you missed this from this point on, unless you were shorting it or playing this here, but how did you know? You know, that would probably have been too quick, maybe. You'd have to look at the volume and see how much was traded at these levels and kind of what was going on. The volume profile might be instructive, but okay, yeah, you could have here, maybe. Um, but other than that, if you were playing a long position in this, you fucked. Like, there's, and you know what? I'm curious. And this is why I don't get involved in these things. People over in Telegram chat say, "Oh, are you getting in this one is the new uh this one is the new Chinese IPO. Here's the new pump and dump, Antoinette." And she makes money usually in those things, and that's great. It's good for her. I don't tend to have that great of luck, and I also work, so it's hard for me to even trade and pay. I got to babysit these things. Um, but this is why, I just it's not for me. What did I do here? Oh, that's no wonder. I was like, where's my okay? Yeah, so this is like all buying at the top. I mean, we could maybe go in a little bit more as we get after in pre-market hours, but I mean, this is I would say I would say, and we talked about this with all these, other meme stocks, but okay, when we zoom out, we have most of our volume at these low levels between $1 and $2. First of all, second of all, I mean, look at the buying all through here, the green compared to the red, way more green, way more green. What does that mean? Overhead supply, our old friend overhead supply. So there's a lot of people who are holding this in here and they have lost a lot of money, right? But any time, and here's a perfect example of the perils of overhead supply. Here, at the end of November, you got this pop. And what happened on those pops? Oh, it got sold off immediately. Why? Because people are losing a lot of money. They don't want to lose a lot of money. So anytime anybody thinks it's going to run, it's going to get slammed right back down. We saw this over and 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 billions and billions and billions and billions in AMC. Almost without fail, really. I mean, it's why anybody would think that this would suddenly start being different now. I really cannot understand um, at this point because I mean, this is, gosh, yeah, every time. every time. And we've talked about overhead supply. So all the people holding the bags in here are going to try to recover anything they can at this point as it continues to go down. It's going to be the same thing with this, although I'm sure a lot of people have just written it off as, I would hope. Anyway, OAA did something. $15 $15 million a year salary, sold his shares early, gave his shares with children, diluted the stock. With Ape shareholders when shareholders voted no to dilution on AMC. And yeah, it's like one of those like, well, I don't want to say what I'm thinking because it's not nice, but um, it's a very shrewd, sneaky, slimy kind of thing. But at the same time, well, uh, I mean, it's kind of like, the way I'm looking at it now, right this second, is it's kind of like, yeah, he did those shitty things that Chris said, and here's result of it. Here's how it turned out. So how it started, how it's going. Uh, or the combined AMC plus Ape right here, and the combination of them both is doing the same thing. And of course, that would necessarily mean that AMC is doing the same thing. And yeah, he went around the backs of the shareholders, the current shareholders. I mean, to be clear, previously some shareholders did approve it, but that was years ago. So none of the people that are currently shareholders, or very few, actually voted on it ever. None of the meme stock crowd. So they had no clue about it. So yeah, it was a little bit sneaky. At the same time, they needed to raise money. Okay. But how did that go? It didn't really work. As far as I can tell. Um, I love the narratives here. Like these narratives are insanely just stupid. S&P, Nasdaq, Dow gain on pop in continuing jobless claims. Oh, so that's what they went with there. Like, and look at the change in jobless claims. The 4-week average now stands at 230,000, the highest since early September, having jumped from a low of just 206,000 in early October. So it went from 206,000 to 230,000, and they're saying, "Oh, the market popped on that. The market went up because of that. The 24,000 or whatever fucking jobs." It's ridiculous. Ridiculous, absurd, seeking alpha. Crap. So going back to that narrative, the mainstream media thing, that's the brain dead mainstream media uh, from the same brain dead source. AMC said in no risk of imminent restructuring. Okay, I don't see how that's possible that they are not in any danger of restructuring or bankruptcy. That really makes no sense unless Adam Aaron knows something that nobody else knows. According to their public financial statements, that's not really the case. And it would make absolute sense if the second lien holders are working on ways to reduce the debt and raise money for the company. That would make sense. I would hope that they are doing this. And see, here's the problem. AMC or some spokesperson, somebody familiar with the matter, something, a person familiar, yeah, a person familiar with the situation. So I don't know who that is, if they work for him or what, but uh, you can tell from the financial statements that the company is in the toilet. They're not doing well. Sorry, apes. There's not really a chance, realistically, that they're going to be cash flow positive in Q4, and even if they are, it really doesn't. It would be probably a fluke, and it doesn't really matter anyway because they're still going to burn so much cash. But anyway, they're not really going to accumulate anything. But um, they should. Seems like the responsible thing to do would be to look for ways to, you know, cut costs or close underperforming locations or restructure or something to look beyond, the next few quarters. But it said that, they're in no risk for an imminent restructuring or bankruptcy. So are they not doing that then? So what are they doing? They're just hoping that they sell a lot of tickets for Avatar. Okay. So this to me is actually bearish for AMC. This news would be bearish for me. If this is true, or if they actually, somebody who actually is familiar with AMC's internal whatever workings, data, opinions, or whatever they actually think, if that's true, that's not good. Actually, that why aren't they doing this? But Adam Aaron is a narcissistic person. He's very like, no, yeah, everything is strong, and we are, pushing into the billion-dollar business meeting market with popcorn and laser projectors with leather seats, and it's all just gobbledygook, unrealistic, patronizing speech. That's what it's always been since the mania last summer. But anyway, I think this is probably true. I think they probably are, but I think that if they said if they denied it, it makes sense to me that they would deny it because that would uh you know verify confirming that they actually were doing that would may signal a weakness. So that might harm the stock more, which would in turn harm the company more, would make it harder for them to do these things. But I don't know. It's also odd to me that it's a person familiar with the situation, uh, not actually AMC saying it. So that makes me think it's bullshit that they're denying it. AMC's not denying it. Somebody on their behalf is. We don't know who the hell it is. So that to me is a sign that this is just, it's garbage, egotistical, don't want to admit reality kind of situation. Okay, I sold my free ape shares at 550. AMC first run up. I would, yeah, ooh, that hurts. Hold farm stock that went south. Sava. Ooh, I remember Sava. Best thing can average down. Buy more positions like tech stocks. Wait for the market to rebound. Um, I I don't think he's talking about averaging down in AMC or Ape. I hope that that's not what this being talked about here. Tech stocks. I was just reading something earlier, was talking about, or I think I even put it into Telegram group. Mm, um, uh, maybe not. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe not. I don't. Oh, well, okay, yeah. It was just a, it was just a, it was just a screenshot of some Bloomberg notifications I got earlier. Um, which is this top one here, the end of an era. Some investors are calling time on the dominance of FANG stocks after this year's NASDAQ rout. So the implication being FANG, or I guess it would technically be MANG now because Facebook is Meta. So MANG doesn't quite have the same FANG to it. Facebook, Apple, Amazon, Nvidia, or Google, Netflix, maybe, I don't know. That they, we're not going to be in the same financially loose period. Going back to all that fun stuff. Here and all this nonsense, and the M1 and the interest rates is really relevant here. We're not going back to this, and this is where the tech rally, this is where the dominance of the FANG stocks grew out of. This is why, essentially, this is why these stocks, the tech stocks, outperformed and did what they did and became, Apple became the boomer meme stock and all that. It's because of these low rates. That's the reason you have Uber and all these Uber-like applications and DoorDash and all these unprofitable companies that were still able to operate because they were able to borrow money at very low interest rates. And I know Chris knows what I'm talking about here with all this. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's skeptical of it too, actually, for similar reasons. But this is the area where all this happened, essentially. I mean, and think about it. This is when iPods and iPhones and smartphones and all this stuff. This is when we stepped into really the smartphone era, the Apple era, the Tesla era, the Netflix era, all these eras. So it's so many eras converging. All that are cutting jobs like crazy now. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And okay, here's something interesting, fun, maybe. Apple. Apple, um, Apple stock. On a weekly basis. Okay, here's the pandemic right here. Here's the pandemic. Talking about Apple. Apple's, and doesn't appear that there's any splits here unless I turned it off or turned off the, because TradingView does not compensate for that. Does not adjust. You can adjust for dividends. I don't think it adjusts for splits, but anyway, Apple stock was $53, 50 down in the 50s. And even before the pandemic, it hit at high of 81. 81. I mean, I don't think I need to do this in order to really know. But, it more than doubled since. Yeah, they sold a lot of phones during the pandemic and computers and everything else. And people bought a lot of apps, and they take 30% of the App Store purchases, which is ridiculous. But they do, and people spend money there. So yeah, they took in a lot of revenue. But does this really make sense? Is it really? And you know, going back even further. I mean, hey, don't worry. It could still happen with AMC because in 2006, 2007, Apple was right there, $5, $6, $7, $8. And look at it now. But the difference is Apple is a tech company, forward-looking, innovative. I'm not saying perfect. I don't use their products, but I have. They don't do too bad these days. They don't. They don't. They don't. They don't. They're not. They don't. They're not superior by any stretch. But yeah, forward-looking, at least to the extent that they can make the iPhone a little bit thinner or take away another feature that people actually still use, like analog headphone jacks. And then everybody else follows suit as the trendsetter. Anyway, you can tell. Not the biggest fan, but as an indicator, I mean, there's a reason why a lot of people are shorting Apple. That's all I'd say. 30,000 shares of pharma stock. Amazon recently doubled the layoff number from 10 to 20K. Yeah. What does that mean, by the way? Amazon, um, the uh, e-commerce, is that still a term? Online shopping. I mean, that's remarkable. Like basically on Amazon. And now this is interesting because comparing these two, right? Let's put Apple up here in orange. So Apple is in orange, and the candles are Amazon. Let me go in a little tighter. So yeah, they're both humming along, over here, and they're, yeah, right. It's they're there we go. That's better. They're both going up during the low zero rate phase after 2008, right? Good. It's good. And then, um, well, I'm not going to talk about this period here, but you're kind of going sideways, but you're in your all-time highs before the pandemic, and they took a little bit of a hit, but not as bad as most things. And then, that's where the price basically doubled from that point, from um, March of 2020 all the way up to uh, late last year. Actually, I think June was higher. Um, so Amazon shot up. Amazon went up and consolidated essentially, and started coming back down this year. Apple, it's a little bit, I don't know, maybe it's a little bit shifted. It looks like the peaks are shifted a little bit, maybe to the right. Maybe, like, no, yeah, maybe not. Um, and it's still up. That's a percentage comparison there. I don't know if that's really useful though, but you can see that Apple and that orange is, it's retained. It didn't retain 150, but whereas Amazon, and it's so interesting because Amazon sells everything. Maybe I don't know. Okay. I don't think the new Congress can save us. I don't think. I mean, honestly, Congress is not there really to save us. Unfortunately, I don't believe. I mean, in this system, I mean, we're talking about all this. People, guys are talking about corruption and political donations and all that stuff. I mean, that's real. I just don't want to. I just don't want to focus on it because there's nothing that can be done about that, short of like a revolution. And I'm sure that some people want to do that and are willing to do it. Um, Personally, I don't know if I am, but uh, I'm not saying I wouldn't support anything or whatever, but I'm not any type of revolutionary leader or activist, so I'm too lazy for that. So, I would just rather not focus on that and it's try to think about, how can we understand this and, you know, have a deeper understanding than
They're literally trying to squeeze out and crash everyone and everything. It's
now I don't go that far, and there's more beetles, but um, yeah, it's a status quo thing. It's I don't think that they're trying to crash everybody out and you know all this stuff and that it's conspiracy necessarily to uh, saddle households with more debt and all this. Um, I think these are probably consequences of they're just consequences of capitalism, really. I mean, at the end of the day, uh, you know, money and power will always do whatever it can to preserve itself, preserve its status quo. That's why we have uh, a system where, and you can make an argument for or against it. I don't know what the answer is, but where you have a system where you can lobby the lawmakers on behalf of your interest to provide favorable legislation, for example. And that goes back to the beginning, uh, where, yeah, people are free to give money to people that make the laws or influence them or provide them with information. Um, because realistically, Congress is not an expert in, well, anything, doesn't seem like. So they're going to rely on data. They're going to rely on information and influence and people throwing, you know, favorable stuff at them uh, to say, hey, it's important enough to us. It's important enough to our bottom line over here at Philip Morris Tobacco that you don't destroy our business. I mean, yeah, okay, we'll be okay with some warning labels and this and that and advertising whatever. Um, we're so concerned about that we're willing to put our money where our mouth is so that we can make our voice heard. Okay, or you could say that it's bribery, you know, and that it's prostitution or whatever. But that's the way it is, though. I mean, that's the thing. Who- I don't care if it's right or wrong at this point. It's the way things are. There, plenty of people want to change things and make it more fair. I understand, but we're not going to change the system like that. We have to go away from capitalism or uh, some other form, some alterations. But it doesn't make sense to me that anything would really change. That's pretty bleak, I think. But it's I don't think things are really going to fundamentally change here in this. Um, that's why I say I don't think Congress will do anything besides what they usually do, which is react slowly in ways that provide massive benefits for some people and things and entities while pretty much ignoring everything else. So but yeah, I don't know where to go after that. I I there's no hope. Yeah, Congress can do nothing about the M1. That's right. I mean, and that's a feature of the system. I, I don't. I would say it's a feature. I would say it's not a bug. I would say it's a feature. But you know, very intentionally, the Federal Reserve is not really. It's independent at the end of the day. Um, Even though the president does appoint uh, the people, the board of governors, whatever. But um, and the chairman is I think I identified he's a Republican. So I mean, yeah, there obviously there's inherently bias, but it's not. I mean, the Treasury, Department of the Treasury, different entity, different function. Uh, in the government, in the system, financial system, but private bank, the Fed, private bank, the Fed is. um, yeah, private bank. Congress can do nothing about it. Congress can and does create the budget, control the purse strings. But as far as monetary policy goes, uh, they separated monetary policy and financial affairs. So they deal with financial affairs, budgeting, appropriations, ways and means, but not monetary policy, which I would say is a feature. But I'm not a professional, so it's not Fed advice. I'd also keep in mind that um, the national debt is not like household debt. It doesn't function the same way. I'm a fucking retard. I'm retarded. I'll I'll do it. Boy, things have not been going well for Alex Jones, that's for sure. Y- That's I mean, what a saga there. Let's see. I'm gonna skip ahead in AMC
I'm
Bigums here.
feeling good. We don't need the thermometer. There's no way to make that into anything that I want anyone to see. Little Billy's over here. He's in, the doctors are still over here betting that he's gonna lose. He's gonna die.
What?
And all of a sudden,
The doctors are betting he's gonna die.
they see Ape for a second. They see that there's a potential, and they fuck Ape up. And then they got us over here.
I am so confused.
All the people saying, "Little Billy's gonna win." And all of a sudden, this is what's going.
I'm sorry. FINRA, SEC, FTC should all be abolished. I mean, I know a libertarian when I see one. Silly libertarians. The comments. If they screw us out of our Moass, then we 4 million apes need to screw them out of the rest of their life any way we can. Oh, speaking of that revolutionary pitchfork guy, there's one right there. Wow, who'd have thunk?
Going on. Now you got these doctors, they come over to Billy, and they're fucking kicking him. They're kicking him. They're fucking kicking the shit out of Billy. And you got all these people over here. I've done enough already.
What the fuck is
I've
this
helped
analogy?
out enough. Someone else should do something. Adam Aaron.
Oh my god.
Hey, he's over here going, alright, everything you guys want me to do, I'm watching this company do, this company do, this company do, this company do, and I'm watching each time FINRA stick it up their ass. I'm watching each time the SEC find the biggest, what did he call him? Oh, Dwayne the Cock Johnson they could find. And put it right in there. They're going to keep doing it until the CBDCs come out. I'm telling you. They need them. They absolutely fucking need them.
This guy has a pretty massive following. I mean, I would call it 27,000 subscribers.
Okay,
to me,
I don't have all this money to fucking burn.
That's like 25 times
lawyers and do all this shit.
the
and I don't
exposure that we get.
And see what everyone else
which
is doing.
I don't, I guess I do. Never mind. I do
Shit.
understand.
As you see, he's
Makes
buying
perfect
sponsors.
sense.
He's over here looking like, hell, I'm losing fucking money. But they want me to spend more on something that won't fucking work because, duh, everyone else is getting fucked by it. But let's hire more lawyers and complain because that will make them happy? No.
He sounds like a
and do stupid shit.
entitled like
when
rich
he
kid,
had
like
fucking ape
entitled
at
ass,
$4, $5, $6, $7,
kid from the suburbs.
whatever.
It's me.
The moment he could have diluted it, the second he should have raised that fucking capital, and everybody could have bitched, whined, and moaned their asses off, and I wouldn't have gave a fuck. And then what he could have done right after that is done a reverse stock split, and all of a sudden he instantly free money. That's what I would have done if I was the CEO. I would have said, you know what? I could put an end to this right away. I would have.
Yeah, that wouldn't have been. Nobody would have said that they were manipulating it, the price and everything. Then in that case, wow. But I actually do agree that but it's it's like Adam Aaron prides himself or prided himself on like listening to the retail shareholders. The retail shareholders said they didn't want us to issue more shares. So because they're the owners of this company, we're going to fulfill their wishes and not issue more shares. Okay, that's one way to go. I guess maybe in retrospect, he knew that he could just issue the ape bullshit and that it would essentially serve the same purpose. Although I would argue it didn't at all. It pretty much failed at this point. I mean, and not to mention, it would have been selling shares at an actual price, not, you know, whatever it was and whatever it is now, 77 cents. So maybe it would have turned out exactly the same. I don't know. Boy, I recognize this name. And that looks like, hey, Lynn, that looks like something that, I mean, take note of this. I'm taking note of this here. I'm not even going to read it. But, if there's ever any doubt about that person, just remember that. But yeah, stick figures, right? I mean, stick. Honestly, it's perfect. He sounds like childish in his some delivery and analogies and speech inflections and just personality. Sounds like a little boy, and his drawing, yeah, um, yeah, Billy drew a great picture in art class today, guys.
That raised a fucking whatever he could have raised, even if it was $1 billion, even if it was.
Okay. Skipping ahead here.
Like, good grief, dude. This shit is ridiculous, man. Like I said, everyone's worrying about the stock price.
I think
If you're
so.
so worried
I think
about the stock price,
jealous.
if you're worried about the stock price, go buy AMC tickets. Go buy popcorn. Make them profitable.
Oh,
you want your stock price to go up? Get AMC profitable. You want your stock price to go up? Pay off AMC's debt. Stop bitching about it. That's what needs to be done. If you want it to go up, pay off their debt. If you want it to go up, help them improve getting profitable. If you want it to go up, there's 86% profit margin on popcorn. Buy mega bags. Send mega bags to homeless shelters. Every dollar you spend, look at it as a fuck you to the cocksuckers on the other side fighting us. Every one of those doctors, every penny you spend to help out AMC right now.
Oh my God, he's still using that?
One of these doctors right the fuck out the way. Until
he's
then,
still using
they're
that
gonna sit there and keep fucking
diagram.
stomping this dude over and over and over.
He got a lot of mileage out of that bullshit.
Holy
shit. Wow.
Fucking lawyers, politicians,
Look at these super
and
chats.
they're
$5,
making this shit up all the
$10.
fucking time. Like, I'm fucking sick and tired of this shit. Like, dude, I'm getting real sick.
Why would you? I don't know. I'm not gonna ask why, because there is no why. You know, you want to hear my why? There is no fucking
that's
why.
3 or 4, and if a whole bunch more people do it all the time, that adds up pretty fucking quick. Change the strategy. If the strategy of buy and hold, yes, it's worked. Yes, you see that they've hidden trillions. But the problem is
they trillions. They've hidden trillions. Oh, okay. They're always about hiding stuff. They hid it here. They hid it there. Whenever there's something that needs to be a piece that needs to fit, they say it's hidden. Oh God, or the data's fake, false. They don't give us the real data. There's a second set of books, don't you know? The real price is in the dark pool.
They have fucking lawyers, politicians, governments, and they're making new shit up all the fucking time. Like, I'm fucking sick and tired of this shit. Like, dude, I'm getting real sick and tired of this. It's ridiculous. Yeah,
No.
I'm doing that too.
No, it's not ridiculous. You just need to get a job.
Which one's their worst performing theater real quick?
Just get a fucking job, okay?
I'm going to figure it out here. I'm going to find their worst performing theater, and I'm going to buy fucking a whole bunch. And I'm going to post it on Twitter.
Pretty sure.
Because that's what we need to do. We need to just say, fuck it. Like I said, you guys, we went from short squeeze traders, short-term traders, to long-term squeeze investors. You're now invested in
squeeze investor. There's a fucking thing right there. But I'm seeing some interesting chats here. Let's see, where is it?
Traders to long-term squeeze investors. You're now
we can buy dump trucks and popcorn until we get rid of dark pool trading. It's going to be difficult to get price to rocket. Well,
invested in AMC, whether you want to be or not.
There will never be a squeeze. MMTLP proved it. There's that one that what you call it? Somebody mentioned. Manny. Ooh, I need to get that off there. Yeah, compared to Apple, that's absurd. Oh dear. I think this used to be MMAT, right? Or I think before it went OTC. Why? Who? What? Yeah, let's. God. Wow. I can't. Damn. I'll tell you, like these people are ridiculous. I mean, was this another Teddy Zane play? Did he get flushed out yet? Did he? Oh man, wow. I mean, these are just perfect pump and dumps, but I mean, they got to be loving this shit. CSI has been getting high on his own supply. He was going to hold a town hall with Donnie, Frankie, and others. Wait, did that happen, or is that still scheduled? I remember hearing about that. Really, this is the best thing that the apes could actually
Poor laborer, Mr. Vu
watch.
has skyrocketed to fame with his unique technique of investing in real estate. This once poor immigrant has been written up by many financial publications and has appeared on many popular TV talk shows. Mr. Vu has created a system that an average person can make money starting from scratch.
He makes so much money in real estate that he sells his course, and this is the pre-internet, pre-YouTube version of the grifter, of the YouTube social media influencer grifter that we have now. This is one of the precursors right here. Absolutely. So I make so much money trading stocks that I'm going to create a Discord. It's $100 a month and get 2 million people to join it or whatever. That's the scam.
This wealth building system has been translated into many languages worldwide.
Meet Kevin right here.
Over the last 7 years, over 250,000 people have attended
the pillow
seminars.
Yep.
According to a syndicated article appearing in over 300 newspapers nationwide, the Tom Vu seminar is reportedly the most popular one offered. And many fortunes have been launched by seminar attendees who were inspired by one of these weekend seminars. So make plans to be there. Don't miss this opportunity of a lifetime. Thousands have done it. You can too.
I think,
learn the Tom Vu system to become financially independent now.
I can relate to the story about having no money. Years ago, I came to America broke. One day, my mother got real sick. We took her to the hospital. We got turned down by all the hospital because we had no money, no insurance. That's the day I determined to become wealthy. So if anybody say money is not important, that's a serious cop-out.
Tom Vu rose from those poverty-stricken years to fame and fortune in America by using his famous wealth-building system.
All right, we're discovering a little bit of this at a time here. AMC Bigum says, "Oh, look at this one. This is even better. Wow, this one is even better. Is it the same drawing, or is it? I can't even tell. It looks good though."
So man, this shit. This is a lot more than the squeeze, and it sucks. I want it to be, but this Moass, what you're really up against is fucking insane. And can we win? Yes. Again,
yeah.
I think all of these high points are going to be huge from September 1st.
Oh, now we're back to September of last year.
Can I be wrong? Of course. When they sit there and hire trillions and spend trillions and nobody gives a fuck. But I don't see how they can keep it away from the rest of the world at this point. They already can't keep this away now. And we only hit the 3-month.
I'm not seeing it.
Look at what came out after the 3-month total. And I told you 3, 6, 9, 12. Hundreds of trillions will keep coming out. And it did. It did come out.
What is he? It sounds like he's trying. Oh, look. Phil.
The derivatives total
I am
is all
for real
bad,
retarded.
Bad
for real is there. He's a moderator. Wow. This is from yesterday. Not live.
And instead of fixing shit, instead of putting money to the right things, they put all that money, like you said, to hiring 87,000 IRS agents. And what happened?
It's like one big long stream of consciousness.
IRS people are literally sitting there not paying fucking taxes. You have IRS agents literally saying they didn't understand the forms on paying taxes. The IRS had to audit the IRS.
Okay.
What the fuck? Where are all the trillions of dollars going?
So clearly, It's Lambo time.
Everyone who works in government and has their hands on it is fucking stealing it. All you politicians okay, think about it this way. I get paid $250K for this job. But
that's a hypothetical.
I raised $200 million to get it. In what fucking world do people raise $200 million to get a $250K job? $150K a year job.
Yeah, he's saying that that's not a lot.
We're
that's
at
a
the
lot
stage
to the
where
apes.
They're kicking Billy.
Oh, we're back to kicking Billy.
A lot of people, you either are gonna have to, like I said, you're gonna see. Right when I made the timeline, I said this will be the moment you will see who your shills are. You will see who really give a fuck about the movement, and who gives a fuck about only.
Pee-wee Bigums, Pee-wee's angry son. Fuck. Oh my god. I don't know if that's like an actual. I don't know if that's an affectionate breaking of balls there, or if that person is trolling or what. But I could get behind that.
Only
maybe.
A short squeeze, and you'll give a fuck about clout. You'll see the people that just literally all they cared about was fucking clout. There'll be the people that aren't getting their attention. So what are they gonna do? They're gonna only make videos attacking other people for a little bit, because that's all they're gonna have left, and then they'll fade off into the sunset.
Sounds like he just described what's going to be happening to the AMC brain dead pumpers. I mean, if I could be honest for a second, like, because, and again, like, there's that SBF thing, but again, it actually does apply because, like most things that this clown and these other clowns talk about, they're not substantiated by evidence, but the exodus of a lot of these grifters is, we've seen it. We see it all the time. It's like, that some come and God closes a window and opens a door or something. And trust the Gorton's fishermen, we get a different kind of landscape. Like here's a new one. We're gonna have to jump on that real quick. We're gonna stocks and crypto plays. I am my eye on this guy because he's dangerous. Pee-wee Bigums.
All this is gonna go in, but those accounts are still gonna do what? They're gonna do exactly what you saw today. This is what's gonna happen with AMC and GME, just because it happened here. No matter what, FINRA will do the same. It'll all happen the same way.
MMTLP is talking about.
I don't believe so, because I don't believe this had the same magnitude.
Halted trading and quoting in the Series A preferred shares of Metamaterials, MMTLP. And I guess that's the P is preferred. Pursuant to Rule 6440A3, FINRA has determined that an extraordinary event has occurred or is ongoing that has caused or has potential to cause significant uncertainty in the settlement and clearance process for shares in MMTLP, and that therefore halting trading and quoting in MMTLP is necessary to protect investors and the public interest. The trading and quoting halt will end concurrent with the deletion of the symbol effective Tuesday, December 13th, 2022. Wow. So it's not just a trading and quotation halt. That's what they put on the title here, but it says see also Form S1 registration statement for Next Bridge Hydrocarbons, stating that immediately after the spinoff, all shares of Series A non-voting preferred stock of Meta shall be canceled. It's canceled. Cancel culture is seeping over into the stock market now. Look, toxic cancel culture. So let's see. So then there's over on the OTC, the good old FINRA OTC site. There's more information. Okay, so
and buying pressure as AMC and GME have had over the last year and a half, 2 years. I don't believe this happened too soon. You need more of these to come out. You need the CBDCs
more Billy's
coming
kicked
a lot sooner. But you need more of these to come out. And this was the thing I said that they probably did. If they were going to take the timeline to the left of the CBDC timeline, remember, you had to go right or you could have went left. The right is the way we wanted. No CBDCs. Everything got exposed. And here's the problem. I thought right here, this would have been our right here. This is where we would have went to the right.
I don't know what he's talking about. That sounds stupid.
No fucking way.
This is made up. It's not real.
So I'm saying our focus right now is getting AMC as much money. If you're listening to this podcast, whatever you want to call this, by the end of this shit, go take $5, $20, and just say, fuck it. I'm going to buy an AMC mega bag from Uber, whatever the fuck you have to do it on, and just buy it. Or just go buy 2 tickets, sell out every single theater. Could you imagine if we pick a day?
So, this sounds great. This sounds like it's going to be great. I can't stop it there.
Theater. Could you imagine if we pick a day, if let's say in like a month or 2 weeks, let's say in a week and a half, AMC day, whatever you want to call it, everybody went out and bought a ticket. Every fucking ape said, you know what, I'm buying a ticket. I'm buying a couple, whether I can make it there or not. And in one day, AMC sold out every single theater in one day. Would that not send a message to the shorts and everyone else to fuck off? AMC in one day sold out every single theater. Do it on a day, or buy tickets to not big giant movies. Buy tickets to shit movies. Avatar. You already know Avatar is gonna make a killing, so don't buy the good tickets to Avatar.
Yeah, don't buy the good tickets to Avatar. Fuck. No, let the rich people buy those. Shit. Buy tickets to the shit movies. Let's sell them out of those all together. Just like we made the stock price go up last summer. I know we can do it. This is pretty pathetic, honestly. Like, my God, he's literally suggesting that they collude and coordinate buying of movie tickets. I mean, the only thing I can say is that there appears to be no understanding of much of anything here. Just a bunch of outrage and emotion, which is honestly, Wall Street loves that because an emotional person is not a spendthrift. They're not, and they're not a smart spender of money. They make impulse purchases. They spend too much money. They spend money they don't have or that's already allocated. They fuck it up, basically. It's not a good mindset to be in, usually when you got a checkbook in your hand. So, figuratively speaking, it'd be a credit card. I mean, honestly, but or an Apple Pay, phone, whatever, and one of those Apple Pay machines. So, I mean, hypothetically, if something like that were to have much of an impact, I mean, it'd have to be it'd have to be so relentless and consistent. And you're talking about what, $7, $10, $12 movie tickets? I don't know. I mean, everybody would have to buy 100. And it's just, I mean, this is on the level of let's start a GoFundMe for AMC and raise money, you know, oops. Let's raise money on a crowdfunding website for a corporation that Oh, they could have done anything like in a traditional sense to help their, bottom line of their traditional it's old school business model, like, um, cutting some costs and cutting the fat, essentially trimming the fat. I don't know. Um, so they didn't do that. They had all this, insane market cap, but so they squandered that on some bullshit, and the stock price is down 90%. So let's do a GoFundMe and just straight up give them money. That's good. That's a good plan. You can't kill Michael Myers. We're getting to that point. Um, oh yeah, this is true. Mass producing trash. And I mean, if you want to be honest, it's probably been going on for a while, but um, there's a lot of remakes. I mean, these remakes, I don't care. I know it's not a remake, but like Top Gun, it's a total gimmick. Uh, Ghostbusters, all that kind of stuff, total gimmicks. Uh, lack of creativity, and way too much budget to spend. But ironically, like shit product. So go figure that one. The only thing smart about that move is buying all the tickets for older movies playing would put more money in AMC's pocket due to the movie house split. Um, they get more of the older movies. Is that what it is? I'm not quite sure, but uh, I mean, considering you literally had theaters reporting like revenues in the thousands already for Black Panther, there were at least on average, um, theoretically, some very very dismal, like, what if you have a theater that's only took in $2,000. I don't know. It just seems wild. But so they do get more on the old. I mean, yeah. I mean, I feel like that is probably uh less likely than, well, I don't know. I mean, these people, it never ceases to amaze me. The longer the movie runs, the more movie house gets. Okay.
Let people that are already going to go to Avatar go to Avatar. If Mary Loves Samuel's on there, and no one's going to see it, buy a fucking couple tickets to Mary Loves Samuel and sell that shit out like crazy. Buy all the shitty ones up, and then let all the people buy the good ones that are going to go. This holiday,
make sure it's not a woke movie.
Gift cards are good, but the problem is with gift cards is they're
okay, Tim Pool.
They're used on their balance sheet. So I don't really know if gift cards are the greatest things to do. Because how many people get a gift card and then throw it away, and all of a sudden AMC's technically indebted those until they're redeemed. You see what I'm saying? So I like the gift card idea, but it's like if you're going to spend the $20 on the gift card, you could give AMC an 86% profit on those $20 gift cards with popcorn mega bags instead of giving them
mega bags. Wow. That is too funny.
Let it go
down. Oh my God, it just keeps getting worse.
Seller boxes crap, which is what they're going to try and do now.
Oh, wait a minute. What? Seller boxing? Oh, I love that.
Hold on, I'm trying to get.
That's some quality research.
Going on to these things quick. What's the exact price they cover in profit? $280. Honest to God, I don't know. I'll check that. I'll let you know next time. I'll make sure I have that answer for you, buddy.
Yeah, right.
Buying
want to bet he doesn't have the answer.
Well, Apes,
if we had a prop bet system set up, illegal betting exchange, which I'm not going to do So don't nail me, YouTube. Just saying if one were to do that, I would bet right now $20. I put $20. I'd buy a $20 put option on the fact that he is going to remember to have whatever that answer was next time, which means that somebody'd have to watch in order to close out, settle the trade. Somebody would have to actually watch this whole thing. They would have to get compensated for that.
The thing that they were going to dilute, and that's why I told everyone to buy Ape as much as you could before they
look at this. I mean, this is a wild chat. Capitalism has killed democracy. There's all kinds of. This is. I mean, there probably should be more overlap in the channels, but in terms of subscribers, but they probably don't like that I
let it go down into this fucking shit where they can sell their boxes crap, which is what they're going to try and do now.
Highlighted his ignorance.
And don't worry about dilution, because what money you would have lost with Ape, the value would have came back in AMC. Because
why can't they bail out retail? They only bail out Wall Street. I mean, I guess he's got a point there.
AMC
Holy shit.
would have got stronger. Now, let's say that Adam Aaron would have issued it at even $2. He made whatever, $800 million. Paid that down on AMC. Let's say then he did a reverse split. Now that money you lost, he would have got you back. Plus, he would have made you value on AMC because he would have paid down debt. And that's why I told everybody. People that sit there and worried about dilution and cried about it. You just don't understand business. You don't understand any of this shit. And to listen to you talk about it like Matt Coles, it was just pathetic. It's a fucking
Matt
idiot.
Coles.
Can't stand that moron. He's sitting there fucking us over so he can take X. Just Sam, go, Sam,
I mean,
fucking can't.
What the hell is this guy on? Seriously.
Just a douchebag. Every fucking, like I said, if you see a guy who has affiliations ever, the day you see me with an affiliation, turn me the fuck off.
Okay, I do agree with that, but that does not imply that without an affiliation or sponsorship that you are quality. I think that's the implication, but I would say that too. Although I was just saying the other day, these like established titles, sponsorships, and magic box cereal or whatever the hell it is, magic spoon. I would do that one. I would do the weed one, a THC gummies one. So if anybody's lurking that's handing out those THC gummies, we'll take some of those, but probably need a little bit more support. Anyway, looks like a trade drawing. It does. Yep.
I'm hoping
how do you end something like tomorrow? This?
I sent him another email today. Gonna try and give him my phone number tonight. I'm gonna talk to him on the phone for a while, and then I'm gonna have him come on tomorrow. But I definitely want to bring him on and get him into this FTX stuff. He's been digging into this pretty good for a while, so I'm gonna let him talk.
That's
for a
interesting,
bit.
Chris. I know a lot of people that drive to Michigan from Ohio to
he feels about the other side. But he's got a lot of really good information. He's connected a lot of dots, and I like people that put in time and effort.
Michigan
like that.
Michigan seems to be the shit
recognition.
these days.
Doesn't have very many subscribers, and
I mean that's what
he's definitely putting some good work. A couple videos here he's putting out, but he's been looking at this for a while. So
anything else here?
Are you down to start an AMC trust fund? We collect donations to the trust and request AA to sell us Ape shares. Well, I mean,
what?
I don't really know about doing something like that because it's like, well, who's gonna run it? Do you trust them all to run it?
Everyone tweet Joe Rogan to get Bigums in there. There we look. That's a good place to stop that one. Okay, I gotta go. Well, I gotta go back here.
See, my thing is when it comes to the AMC short squeeze play, my thing is, man, we ain't got to just really do all that to show that it's criminal activity as far as our play is concerned, simply because of the fact that there's somebody in the stock market, they know what's going on with our short squeeze play. And to be honest with you, in my opinion, I feel like our short squeeze play has not ripped yet, and we haven't gotten the money from our short squeeze play. Our play haven't ran. They still stealing our money. They still illegally nickel shorting the play. I feel like they're still taking place because of the devil and the powers to be.
The
See
devil
what I'm saying? And in order for Adam Aaron to
sucking that
properly
devil
address
dick.
the issue, he would have to actually go to war with the devil and the powers to be. And like I said, I don't think that that's a fight that he won't. I said that in the last video. You see what I'm saying? I just don't think that he got the heart, and it may be fear that he don't want to come out and tell the people, you see what I'm saying, that it's nothing that he can do as far as the short squeeze play running until they get ready. I don't think he got the heart just to come out and tell the people. You see what I'm saying? Man, and you got criminals that's destroying the AMC stock. Like I said, these ain't no regular hedge funds. These ain't no regular short sellers. They're actually functioning as criminals in
I
my
want to
opinion.
know
So in order
what
for Adam
law
Aaron
they're
to be able to
breaking.
stop these guys, he would actually need the DOJ and the SEC involved in order to stop these guys at this point. So he would literally may have to go out and hire a team of lawyers to deal with everything that's going on.
That's going to happen. They're going to say, hey, you guys, you're not allowed to, your investment thesis is illegal. You are not allowed to short sell this stock. Not a ban on everybody. You're just not allowed to because a lot of people don't like what you're doing. So no, you can't do it. In fact, and we're going to arrest you. I mean, I'd like to see this, the laws, whatever they're doing, it's illegal. I'd like to see some evidence of it. Usually that's what happens. I mean, I have a feeling that the DOJ would want to see that too. So, I mean, maybe they could subpoena somebody and get it. But then how do these clowns know? I mean, it just makes no sense. Like, what's illegal here? I mean, it should be illegal for these people to be making these unsubstantiated claims, or at least in violation of some policy. Apparently, it's not. Apparently, you can come on YouTube and pretend to be a financial advisor and say, I'm not a financial advisor. And they're just okay with that. Oh, okay. You're not a financial advisor? Cool. Nothing should be construed as financial advice. Okay, I'm gonna go order pizza from a place that appears to sell pizzas, but there's a disclaimer, asterisk disclaimer. Little Augustus is not a pizzeria. We do not sell pizzas. Any resemblance to pizza is a coincidence. Well, it's probably a pizza actually then, because there's some kind of tax on pizzas, or you have to have a license to sell pizzas. So we don't sell pizzas. We sell, I don't know, flatbreads. You're giving financial advice. And it's bad financial advice. Anyway, DOJ don't care. I would agree that they don't care. Teddy Zane says hey, Peter, Teddy Zane says he doesn't believe in saying that, but then it's in his bio. Yeah, he's a clown. I mean, he's one of the worst offenders. All these bullshit stocks like IPOs and supposed short squeeze plays, and the short interest is 400%. Oh, Ortex doesn't even say that. but Ortex is estimated, and the estimated didn't even fucking say that. Yeah, those were the days, huh? Or when you went into I don't know, Shoney's or okay, well, we're back here, I think. At a little snafu. We may have a little volatility here for a second, but we yeah, I screwed up. I screwed up.
When we use the term silverback, I think we use that term, man, too loosely. You see what I'm saying?
Here we
Because
go.
this is just my opinion. This is what in this situation, after being at war with these guys for a year and a half, you see what they're doing to the stock. You see the devil has not stopped doing what he's doing. They've driven eight all the way down to under $1. AMC is like $5 or something. So the criminal activity is at a high level as far as our short squeeze play. You see, they don't have any intentions of stopping. So, in my opinion, I know some people are different. Some people fear.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, that was fun. Well, that was fun. That was my fault. I screwed up. I screwed up. I screwed the pooch on that one. But we're back. So, might have missed a little bit here, but
is at a high level as far as our short squeeze play. You see, they don't have any intentions of stopping. So, in my opinion, I know some people are different. Some people are fearful. Some people worrying about their money. Some people worrying about their friendships. Some people worried about losing their power.
their family,
And I
losing their
know it's some
house.
powerful people that we dealing with in this short squeeze play. But hell, man, you can't dabble one time. But see,
Yeah, fuck it.
what I would consider a silverback after going through everything that we're going through, to me, a silverback will come to the community, come to the retail investor. Look, man, I feel y'all strife. I feel y'all pain. I know what y'all been going through, but look, I've tried to work with these guys, man, and I can't get nowhere with them. So you know what? It's 5 to 10 million of y'all. So man, I'm ready to go to war. I need y'all help, but I'm ready to go to war. Let's do it. See, to me, that's what a real silverback is. And as far as this short squeeze play is concerned, people have different opinions on what a silverback is.
I mean, it's made up. It's made up. It's a made up term, and it doesn't mean anything. It it it's fantasy. It's make believe, pretend. So it can be whatever you want it to be. That's the beauty of it. But I mean, it really it makes no sense because the way that a CEO or company would would prove to short sellers that they're not going to make money or that they shouldn't have that position that they have is by the company outperforming and shocking to the upside and strength and growth. That would be, see, it's an actions speak louder than words situation. Like, what could he possibly say? Oh, hey, short sellers, we're going to be profitable next year. So just close your short positions now. You'll save yourself a lot of pain. Okay. The CEO of a company is promising that the company will make a profit. I mean, No, he's not going to do that. So, you know, the way to do it is turn the company around to, make smart decisions to, you know, drop the fucking goddamn ego. Quit quit being a little bitch. And well, a big one, not a little one. And make some hard choices. Make the sacrifices, like do something smart not a kitchen sink. Let's try popcorn. Let's try Zoom. I mean, who honestly thinks that those things are going to have much of an impact at all when you're talking about what you're talking about here? Think about what you think about.
For this short squeeze play. See, that's just my opinion. You see what I'm saying? So my thing is, like I said, man, I don't expect Adam Aaron to do anything as our short squeeze play. So what do, man? We keep holding. We keep exposing the criminal activity until we bring the whole thing down, which is what we've been doing the whole time. We don't depend on nobody. Ain't nobody coming to save us. We just continue to damn a hand until we bring everything
not dependent on
down.
anybody. Oh, not depending on anybody and except each other. It's like truly a brothers in arms type of story.
The whole time. We don't depend on nobody. Ain't nobody coming to save us. We just continue to down a hand until we bring everything down. And you know who the real silverbacks is in this?
We bring everything down. So that's the goal now. Bring everything down. Okay.
Short squeeze play. It's the AMC retail investor.
He might actually have a bomb.
It's the Apes. We the real silverbacks. We the reason why
you're special.
as a company still exists. We say the company.
See, I don't even buy this. I don't buy this. I do not buy this. If they hadn't, somebody would have. Institutions would have. Maybe the price wouldn't have been so crazy volatile, but maybe it would have. I don't know. It wouldn't really have been an issue. Probably would not have. Anyway, I think this is another piece of the narrative. They say we saved the company. Oh, that's what needed to be said in order to keep people engaged, because if not, this collapse would have happened a lot sooner and more like what was that one? GTII. 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 It would probably would have been like this. I mean, it looks a lot similar. So anyway, good job, Frank.
We use our time, our research, and our money. We put this whole thing on our back. We are the real silverbacks. We don't need to give nobody, man, no credit for that. We're going to be the ones that's responsible for our short squeeze play kicking off, not no one man. Everything, man, is being done as a result of us. We the silverbacks. You see what I'm saying? And
this
I'm
guy is full of it.
If you got people out there that want to continue to press Adam Aaron about what he want to do, what he's going to do as far as the short squeeze play and the criminal.
I'm sensing like a pretty kind of drastic escalation of the entitlement of the certainty here. That, I mean, pretty much I think is what happens. I think this is typical of this position to be in, whether it's with something like this or anything else, major gambling debt. It's paradoxical confidence or something. It's again, again, it's pathological. Make no mistake, it is fucked up, and it's definitely gonna. Some people are gonna, yeah.
activity, man, that's going on with our stock, man, I don't have a
invest
problem with it.
in
I just say, man, use intelligence when you do it. Like I always say, be respectful.
mental health
You see what I'm saying?
counseling
I personally
stocks,
don't think,
if there are
man,
any. I don't
he's
think there
going to do anything. But
You're
you
going to
got
need
that right to question somebody about your money, and you got that right to question the CEO of AMC about what he's doing to protect your money.
what do we have the right to question people that are making claims that aren't supported by any evidence? Do we have that right? Because I, I'm I want to exercise that right. And it seems like that should really be what everybody is doing. And it shouldn't come down to one or two people on a platform with thousands of people making videos about a subject. Okay, maybe not thousands, hundreds at the peak. But I mean, we've been here following this for, a year and a half. Um, it's YouTube is a social media platform. It is a monetized platform. It is a business. So the point of YouTube is really, it's a profit motive. Um, that depends on popularity and trends and trending topics and popularity and all that stuff. So it's probably not really the best place to get advice on what you should invest in or how you should gamble your money. I mean, but American Casino Guide's got videos on every casino, every game in the casino, and you can learn strategies and which casino games have what the probability of actually making money is on each game, and there are wildly different probabilities. And you can even go um, into one game and, for example, learn the basic strategy of blackjack, which will give you about a 48% win rate if you follow the strategy to a T. Uh, just memorizing what the correct move is according to the strategy based on what cards you're dealt. And it's just memorizing a chart and recalling it mentally. Um, and that's literally in a casino. That's more research. That's more empirical evidence than I've seen on any of these videos. And that's not financial advice. So, take it easy, Francis.
And he has a responsibility to provide an answer. You see what I'm saying? Just like in the earnings call, people be like, his responsibility is to tell us about if the company is losing money, if the company is profiting.
Well, that's why they have the statements.
Doing, what kind of move we got coming up, man. All that is cool. I get that. But also, man, if you got criminal activity going on with your stock and you got money invested in that stock.
This guy was a police officer, supposedly. I mean, it's something doesn't seem right about a police officer or security investigator. But I mean, former retired police officer, supposedly, is so flippantly just throwing around this certainty that there's criminal activity. I mean, I get that the police are, suspicious of everybody. That's a thing. But this seems a little bit excessive or over the line, and, ironic or something. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, you know, you know, some permission to speak freely. Like, this guy is a fucking moron. At the end of the day, he has no business talking about this shit. I mean, I'm not gonna go farther than that. I mean, he's just an uneducated investor, retail gambler who runs on second, third, fourth hand information that was incorrect to begin with. At the beginning of the telephone game, it was wrong. It was wrong when it was started. When it came out, it was wrong. And now he's on the sixth generation of it. I mean, it's the most ridiculous nonsense crap I've heard on a consistent basis, and most consistently crap information. It's you know, Jesus, that just blows my mind. You know, like why wouldn't somebody be why wouldn't they care that there's literally criminal activity going on in their company? Well, I mean, is that are those the standards that you investigated crimes to as a police officer? Like you put, or you just out of practice or what? Like, where's the probable cause? Let me put it in police terms. Where's the probable fucking cause here? Did you smell weed? Did you see something? Did they cross the line? Like what the fuck are you talking about? What are they talking about? You can't, I mean, you can't just say criminal activity. I mean, it sounds like, I mean, with this guy and with a lot of them, AMC Bigums too, but definitely real strong with this guy. It's a class warfare. It's he mentioned going to war, going to battle earlier. It's it's basically just um, I'm not ready to accept that I have a problem. So I'm just going to keep getting high on my own supply here while I push it on other people and get them hooked even more and even deeper in this down this dark path. It's going to be it's I mean, if if this is a I don't know. This is going to be this is going to be an epic meltdown, explosion, implosion, blowout that we have never seen on this channel here, probably ever. When you're, Joe Six Packs, so to speak, when enough of these people believe that it's or realize that AMC's a scam, or come to the opinion that the entire market is a scam and rigged and all this stuff, and it's not a good point to be at. Um, just I think societally, it's destabilizing, and it's not a fertile ground for meaningful growth or interaction, anything really. It's not good, not good,
Man,
not
all
good.
that is cool. I get that. But also, man, if you got criminal activity going on with
Criminal.
your stock and you got money invested in that stock, he has a responsibility, man, to address what's going on with that stock. You know, do you
He has Adam Aaron has stated several times, not even once, several times at different points in different years, even, that there's no evidence. Oh, I'm sorry. There's no credible evidence of naked short selling or synthetic shares, so-called synthetic shares. I mean, and like that was like 7 out of the 9 words were actually in his tweets, like word for verbatim. So that's what he said. But of course, nothing is what it is. Low unemployment's bad for the market. Therefore, when Adam Aaron says there's no credible evidence, I have seen no credible evidence of naked shorting or so-called synthetic shares. What he actually means is that there's billions of synthetic shares. You have to know that this is the upside down. It's the paradox. It's the twilight zone of markets. No, I don't think so, though. So he's bitching about it's Adam Aaron's responsibility to address it and yada yada yada. He did. He addressed you personally about it many times, and you refuse to believe it. So, I mean, my question is why doesn't he just come out and say that he did? Yeah, I don't know, because he can't really. That would not be good. But I mean, I think they want him to do that. He would never do that. Would never happen. Did you see the recent clip of the car chase? Guy runs into an innocent bystander. Bystander gets out of his car to protect his family inside the car. No, I didn't. Cops take down and cuff the bystander and use his car with his family inside as a bullet barrier. Oh, that sounds about right. Wow. I didn't see that. Where did that happen? That sounds like, I don't know where that sounds like. It could be Texas, Florida, California. I'm just picking all the states with high populations. I'd say it's a south or west thing. But anyway, LA. Oh,
He has
shit.
he has made to answer
I
the
mean, that was
question.
obviously what I was
Do
thinking,
he
but
think criminal activity is going on with his stock? Do he believe that? If he do believe that, what step is he's using to fight the criminal activity that's going on with the stock? The people that he think that's attacking the stock, has he tried to contact them? Okay,
what?
if he believe criminal activity is going on with the stock,
look, you don't know. You don't know who it is. I mean, pardon the reminder, but we don't know who has positions, short positions in anything. We don't know who. So what is he going to do? Hey, anybody who's shorting my company, contact me. I want to talk to you. Try to convince you that you're wrong. This is how would it makes no sense. Makes no sense. This sounds like something a seventh grader would suggest, honestly. Maybe even a fifth grader. I don't know how smart they are these days. I haven't taught for, you know, taught for a while, a few years, so I don't know if things have gotten stupider. But maybe it's a ninth grader now. But the point is, like, come on, come on. That's on. It's on the thumbnail.
has
Come
he
on.
contacted the SEC? Okay, if he has contacted the SEC, what did the SEC say about it? Does he have a legal team, in place? Is he doing anything as far as trying to track the illegal naked shorting taking place, as far as the company is concerned? I mean, man, those type of things to me, he should be discussing with the retail investor. But he don't. The only thing he say is, look, don't let my silence, what he said, don't let my silence, make you believe that I'm not aware of how y'all feel. That's the only shit that he ever say. I mean, so like I said, man, people can keep pressing him.
But that was interpreted as I can't say anything, right? I don't know.
But what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna keep damning here, and I hope you do the same thing. Thank you for taking time out to watch the video. Have a nice day.
No, that's okay, Lynn. Let's let sleeping dogs lie here with that. We can they already got used to being blocked and stuff, so all right. I said I have to do this one. Let's see. Docs and crypto plays. I just have to see which one would be worse and pick that one. I actually don't know what is being referred to here with this Coinbase thing. AMC VRS. I don't know what VRS is. Virtual reality shares. I don't know. So I will have to go with this one. May not be worse, but
Hey friends, welcome to Stock.
I love the applause in there.
Amazing video for you today. I'm so excited to.
I love the applause. It's a nice touch.
Tell you about what I'm going to share with you. Please hit like, subscribe, add notifications, and at the end, share the video with a friend. If I cough at some point during the video, I apologize. I am fighting something for the last few days, but I'm
shouldn't be going to the movie theater that much.
I just want to share this with all you. It's important.
Triple-demic going on.
Okay, big breaking news. This is why I'm doing the video, even though I should be probably taking a nap.
Yeah, you're sick. I don't know, just fucking with him here, but I mean, it's not that out, you know, outside Bollinger Bands. It's a little technical analysis humor there for anybody who speaks stock chart geek. Yeah, slander's libel. The way I remember it is libel is written, so opposite way, but I can conceptualize libre, liber. So slander's false, basically false and damaging statements. And also, defamation. Defamation is kind of an umbrella term. It's encompasses slander and libel. So it's basically damaging a reputation. So that's always the key with defamation. It has to be actually materially impactful of, you know, livelihood or something. It can be either slander or libel. So libel would be publishing it in like a tabloid. Well, not necessarily that, but because that's different. But yeah, basically. Anyway, yeah, you're right. Slander spoken. Yeah, we're still live. I know, right? Well, you know, it is what it is.
Yeah, right now.
I neglected to go live earlier this week, or we are toward the end of the week, so
this
anyway,
is big
we're about done.
Breaking news just revealed, friends. Okay, so Coin Market Cap has just released.
So before we get into this news, I'll just say that the difference, I think, it's kind of the same reason why I don't think that any of these clowns will face any consequences, at least they haven't up to this point, is because maybe they are defaming or slandering, defaming by means of slander. There you go. Various people or entities in this, and like, I mean, I can think of someone else who's probably legitimately been defamed, and this is Ken Griffin. And I'm not, you know, obviously, you know, we golf together and stuff, but I mean, I don't have any allegiance to Ken Griffin, but the things have been said, and they may actually even be like materially harmful or damaging of the reputation. But the reason why I don't think it matters or it won't be noticed by anybody that can, you know, do anything or care, or who that would care about it, is that uh, they are inconsequential. At the end of the day, I don't think that these influencers really influence anybody anymore. And I could be wrong about this, but this is my state of the grift take based on what we're seeing here. It's the information is so, I mean, it's always been biased, it's always been skewed, but it's gone so far off the scale in terms of conspiracy theory, flat out rejection of facts, QAnon, basically, alternative facts, a complete distrust of the system, threats of physical violence. I mean, the parallels are pretty wild, but it's all that now, basically. I mean, even like anybody, the people that we're talking about, like legitimate, oh, legitimate, but um, people like Rico. I mean, he still puts out videos, but I don't see him on the list that often. I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe he's still putting out videos every day. Um, mm, I think it's getting harder and harder to make the case, at least from a technical or any type of chart standpoint. Again, I could be wrong. It's just my opinion here. Um, but it's just not believable. It's just not believable when you look at this. I mean, well, let me back up. When you look at this, and this was supposed to be the thing that did it. This is supposed to be the key. This was a square peg for the round hole. That day, that time, that era. There's just no way. Cat Striker got a cease and desist supposedly. And the difference there, I think, is that she actually crossed over. What she did was in the real world. They actually, they flew banner planes that said Ken Griffin lied to Congress or something like that, right? Um, she rented trucks and they drove around New Manhattan, and it said similar things. To me, that's a that's a different thing than making a video. Like, you can, yeah, okay, you can express your opinion on a platform like this, and as long as you're within the rules, I mean, I can say I hate Ken Griffin or whatever. I hate this person or that person. This person did this or whatever. I mean, it could be at the very worst case, it could be satire or parody or something. That's how you could defend it. But I don't know how you defend flying a plane with towing a banner that says that this person committed perjury. Like, no, you clearly, there's no way. There's very, very, the likelihood that somebody would actually do that for that reason is unbelievable. Because it costs money and it took real effort to do. So that I can see. I mean, and honestly, I'm surprised there haven't been more of those. Maybe there have, we just haven't heard about them, but they're all still on YouTube. So, um, I mean, uh, I, I think charts are always right, um, but it depends on what you mean uh, by right. But AMC does look like that. But I mean, the the chart is just a record of the price that already happened in the past, and this is it's just a different way of saying how much people traded it for on these days. So just like in the casino, like one pull one pull on the slot machine handle does not influence the next pull. Um, it's maybe maybe similar in these charts because what happened back here may not necessarily affect what happens here. So it's not any type of prediction. It's to the extent that you can predict the future from the past, um, but I believe it's an accurate record of what happened, but you can't ever really predict what will happen in the future simply based on what's already occurred, right? So there's always new factors and whatever else, and we saw here like on all these low probability events, like once in a generation or once in a, whatever. I mean, they're all different events of what happened, but I mean, this is these were unexpected, catastrophic shocks to the system. Nobody knew that they were going to happen, at least no regular people. So we don't know. Anyway, but chart prediction, not always right. And yeah, and we can see that from any of these charts, but especially now, I mean, things are, yeah, this daily chart, SPY or the NASDAQ. I mean, it's, I say it's, it's garbage, really, trying to do that. So, and you got plenty of people that do not even look at charts when they trade, really. Or they might look at the price chart, but they don't have all these, millions of indicators and you know, supposedly whatever this and that prediction and algos and buy sell indications and all that stuff. I mean, I'm not saying it can't work, but yeah, I mean, it's different approaches. But all right, let's see what this VRS Coinbase thing is. I gotta go to bed.
Coin Market Cap has just released to the world the cash on hand per exchange liquidity where they have in reserves. So basically the money they have in the bank, in a sense. Binance is doing really good. They've got 20 billion with a B dollars. But here, number 2 is what I want to talk to you about. This is what's got me fired up. Coinbase stock, okay? You ready?
3, 2, 1.
$500 million. That's what they have on cash reserves. That's it. Coinbase stock. $500 million. Okay, the exchange itself has $500 million on reserve. Okay, this should blow your mind. You should be eyes wide open right now. And if they're not, stick around. I'm going to tell you why they should be. Okay, please make sure you hit like, subscribe, add notifications. So,
okay,
Coinbase has only $500 million cash liquidity. AMC has $1 billion cash liquidity. Okay,
is that really cash liquidity? I'm just looking up here at the column titles, and it says 24-hour volume in US dollars. So that would seem to indicate the volume in US dollars equivalency of what was traded in the last 24 hours on that exchange in ETH gas here, right? Is that what I'm looking at? What does he claim it is? Cash.
Okay, please make sure you hit like, subscribe, cash liquidation. So, Coinbase has only $500 million cash liquidity. AMC has $1 billion cash liquidity, okay? And AMC can create more very easily with Ape. All they have to do is sell Ape and they can get more cash liquidity, but they don't need it. You know why? I'm going to tell you why they don't need it. They have revenue. They have truckloads of cash pouring in the doors at AMC.
What the fuck? Shadow Stars. Are you hearing this? Yeah. Oh, there. Yeah, there you are. Yeah. And all that. Hey, they literally have a money printer. They can get more. If you want more, if you like that, I can get you more. Hey, we got a printer down in the basement. We can just issue more Ape share, and hey, bingo, more money, more money. So many misunderstandings and just whatever here. Ooh, boy. Truckloads of cash coming in, more like truckloads of cash that's bleeding out. Right. truckloads of seats and concession stand equipment that's being auctioned off and sold because the theater is being liquidated.
Truckloads of cash. Have you ever seen what $2.5 billion in cash looks like? I haven't. Just wondering if you have. If you have, comment below. I have never seen $2.5 billion in cash, but guess what? In 2022, Q1 through Q3 has already made $2.5 billion in cash. They're not worried about their tiny little baby $5 billion of debt, which is refinanced already. It's already been refinanced.
What?
Okay?
Does this guy understand how business works? I don't think he does. Or he knows that the apes don't. Holy motherfuck. What the yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah. This is exception. See what I mean? This shit is it's definitely more ridiculous and fucking stupid um than I remember it being. Wow. I mean, I'm speechless on that. That's a gobsmacker right there. Holy shit.
Many elite, powerful people will tell you debt is not a bad thing if it's managed properly. They know what they're doing. They've had debt for like years upon years upon years, and it's not much higher than it ever was. Okay.
Oh yeah, it's not much higher than it ever was. Guess what is though, partner? Fucking costs. Like input costs, rent, um, products that you sell. I mean, motherfuck. Like, there's no this guy. Oh, Jesus Christ. And I could almost like it wouldn't be so bad if he didn't have this like sassy like bitchy attitude. Like it's so he's so bitchy with his attitude. It's really like oh my
I think
God.
it was $3 billion for the most part for their longest time, and now, after many years, it's at $5 billion. Big deal. They're doing great.
Big
AMC's
deal.
doing great. Okay, so
AMC's doing great. That is one way to deceive yourself if he actually believes this. But problem is this is a complete gross misrepresentation of the facts. I mean, if this is an understanding that this guy has, holy shit! Like somebody, this is the Dunning-Kruger effect. I think it is, unless he's a shill, unless he's a paid shill who's got an ulterior motive. But I think it's probably legitimately some jackass out there. But this is the Dunning-Kruger effect. I mean, he does not know if this is truly what he believes. He has no he does not know what he does not know. He is running in a zone of high unknown unknowns here. And that is, one of the worst places to be with anything, especially with this, like, because I mean, good Lord, there is so much. I mean, alternative facts. I don't know. I don't know if it's alternative facts or, um, I don't know what like, where would you even, how would, how would you even pull this out of the data? I mean, unless you don't understand any rows on a financial statement at all, and have never been curious, oh, what is revenue? What is free cash flow? And what do these things actually mean? I mean, I think you have to learn that. I think most people that look at financial statements, I mean, if they don't know what something is, they're going to try to figure it out and learn about it. Um, so I mean, that's a negligent approach. If so, if that's the case. I mean, it's like if you think you can just look at something like a financial statement, never having done it before, and understand it and be able to talk, speak a narrative about it, You know, that is a level of, you know, like somebody needs to stop you. Like that's where like somebody, you know, there needs to be some oversight, either personally or on this platform or something. Like you have no business talking about this. You really, I mean, if this is what he, and if it's not, if it's just a grift, then it's like, man, that is, how do you even come up with? I don't know. Wow.
Let you know,
Just shut up.
AMC has more cash than Coinbase. All right, more cash. Now let's take this a little
I don't
further.
think so. I mean, Shadow Stars can probably has the number in his head, but I mean, I don't think that's true. If assuming that that Coinbase data was even right, I don't even think that's what he's looking at. He's looking at, it says 24-hour volume. So that's not cash liquidity on hand. That's just what flowed through the exchange, right? I mean, you're talking about e- e- you're talking about Ethereum gas, Ether gas on the Coinbase exchange. Like this is Ether gas here we're talking about. I think. I don't know. I could be wrong about that, but it says 24-hour volume. So let's just assume that it is. I don't think AMC has $500 million in cash currently. I mean, if it's not, uh, or you know, I mean, I want to say it was like half that maybe, or so. I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know. The visual effect, vocal effect, visual effect, annoying background, um, sounds and like music. Yeah, it sounds like, you know, it sounds like a game show. It sounds like game show music in the background. It's very low, but it is annoying. Coinbase as a company has 5 billion of cash. Okay, AMC had 684 million on their last Q10Q. Oh, okay. So I guess I was thinking of the fourth quarter less the cash burn. So what they'll have at the end of the year, maybe, I don't know. It'll be less anyway. And I do agree with the one thing I do agree with here is where is it? I think I gotta go scroll up in the chat here to get it. Oh shit. Well, I lost it. That the Fed should back the dollar with AMC popcorn. I mean, it's a form of gold, right? Anyway,
Eyes wide open right now, and if they're not,
this is all
let's
wrong.
take this a little further. Let's take a look at the short interest of Coinbase. Coinbase short interest on their stocks right now, according to FINRA, 19.42%. I apologize. AMC short interest is at 19.42%. Coinbase, on the other hand, is at 20.48%. So they're almost identical. They're so close. They're both being shorted. The short interest is pretty much identical, okay?
Okay.
Now, if you look at the float
So, Coinbase to the moon?
Of Coinbase stock, they have 3.39 billion shares on float. I'm sorry, that's their debt. I apologize. I'm not feeling well. My brain has not been working good lately. So,
that's clear.
The float, I have another note here. Coinbase
Jesus
float
Christ,
is at
what a mess.
153 million. All right, they have 153 million shares.
Yeah,
in the float
Coinbase to the moon.
Coinbase stock. AMC has 550 million. So
why are you not talking about Coinbase as a short squeeze target then? I mean, I'm not being serious, but yeah, like 1/8 of the float there.
Coinbase has about, or AMC has about 3.5x more shares in the float. Big deal. It's not a big deal. Not a big deal at all. And as I said in my previous video, AMC has less shares in the float than Disney. Way less. Okay, so now we're going to take a look at the revenue for Coinbase. It says that net revenue for Q3 was 567 million, of which 360 million was transaction revenue. So don't let them distract you on that. 211 million was subscription and services revenue. That's what the money is. They really only made $200 million in Q3. $200 million in Q3. AMC made $1 billion in Q3, and Q3 was pretty much dead movie-wise, okay? Q4 billion services revenue. That's what the money is. They really only want to take less shares in the float than the revenue for Coinbase.
Okay,
It says
Coinbase
that
revenue.
net revenue for Q3 was 567 million, of which 360 million was transaction revenue. So don't let them distract you on that. 211 million was subscription and services revenue. That's what the money is. They really only made $200 million in Q3. $200 million in Q3. AMC made $1 billion in Q3, and Q3 was pretty much.
The only thing I can say here is this. Oh shit. Not that. All I can say is that boy, this is some bullshit here. Let's go over to the financial statement for Coinbase. I'm just curious here. I've never looked at this before. Mm, 576. That's 590. Okay, that's good enough. I mean, obviously not surprising that they started losing money in 2022 here, but where's the basic EPS? Yeah. Now it actually says 223 million shares. What he said was less than that, right? Where is that at? Here. Yeah, one public float. I mean, what are we looking at here? We're looking at outstanding, I guess. Okay. Anyway, I don't know why we're comparing these stocks. I don't know. So it's just like let's find something that's that I can spin as being not as bad as AMC. And this says shares floats 175. And this says 153. So who knows? It could have issued shares or something. Or Invis could be wrong, or I don't know. But I still don't know why we're comparing these. Still don't know the point.
Dollars in Q3. AMC made $1 billion in Q3, and Q3 was pretty much dead movie-wise, okay?
I mean, when you say make, what do you mean? What do you mean by make? By take in? Like accept? Okay. Yeah, sure. But I mean, actually, total revenue it says here is 968. Okay, a billion, sure. With a cost basis of 820 million, plus expenses, plus payments and things, taxes and whatnot, you know, for a net income of negative $226 million. How, I mean, yeah, Coinbase is losing more money. Make sure we're comparing apples to apples here. And they've lost a lot of money. That's true. I don't know why we're making this comparison. Maybe we'll find out. I doubt it.
Q4 is where the action's at for AMC. They're probably going to do 2.5 billion in Q4.
2.5 billion in Q4. Listen to that. That's really setting the bar high. See, I would say set the bar low, then you may actually have a chance of hitting it or surpassing it. But you set the bar high, you're setting yourself up for failure. I mean, it really makes no sense. I mean, why do you think they revised the earnings expectations down in times like this? Yeah, let's lower the bar so we can show that we hit the target. I mean, it really makes no sense, except dumbass, unsubstantiated, misplaced alpha confidence, permeable confidence. I mean, he's talking about AMC revenue. Yeah, he's talking about revenue. He said they'll make. I mean, again, it depends on what he means by make, but it depends on what the definition of is.
$1 billion in Q3, and Q3 was pretty much dead movie-wise. Okay. Q4 is where the action's at for AMC. They're probably going to do 2.5 billion in Q4 for AMC. So now let's take a look at the stock prices. If we look at the stock prices of AMC, we're at about $6 for AMC, and we're at about $40 for Coinbase. How is that possible? This should encourage you so much to be so bullish on AMC.
So here we go. Here's the comparison. I mean, this guy has no fucking clue.
For AMC, and we're at about $40 for Coinbase. How is that possible?
Well, one is a technology cryptocurrency company, which, I mean, if you haven't noticed, I mean, yeah, it's down right now, that whole market, but it's kind of like future oriented. You know, it's different. It's a different industry, but it's a forward-looking, innovative field. AMC is literally rented, leased, large leased rooms where people watch a movie. It's the same business concept model that they had in 1911, basically. The technology is different, and there's different ancillary services and products available for sale, but I mean, and the market is pricing for the future. It's where do we, you know, what is the expectation? What is the future? What is the present value of all of future cash flows? What is the future cash flow discounted to today? What's the outlook? What's, you know, what's going to happen? What do we see? How we value in the future? There's your answer right there. Yeah. Old fashioned, newfangled. I mean, in a nutshell. Does this clown have a Twitter account? I'll make a video tomorrow and tweet him. I don't know, but I mean, that's a good idea. Should do it anyway, and we'll find a Twitter, or whatever. But and if you do, try to make it 10 minutes or less. I mean, It's up to you, whatever. But I feel like shorter, and I'm talking to you from a 5-hour stream or whatever. But for those, I feel like 10 minutes or less will get a lot more play. But because these attention spans are short
encourage you
bus.
so much to be so bullish on AMC.
Holy fuck.
Just from what I showed you right now, I did an analysis of Coinbase stock versus
Nice.
AMC stock. Company versus company. How much is their revenue? How much is their debt? What is the share flow? AMC is destroying Coinbase on the analytics, on the metrics, on the data. They are destroying Coinbase. And Coinbase is $40 a share. AMC is what, $6 a share? Give me a break.
That's I'm sorry.
It's ridiculous.
I hope that it's kind of I don't want to use the O word, but obviously it makes no fucking sense to compare two companies like this that have nothing to do with each other. I mean, this is the point we're at? Really? This is the point we're at. AMC is crushing Coinbase. In what field? In what sector? What are you talking about? Let me compare two random companies, because I think that I can convince people that they should buy a stock because it's doing worse than a company that it's doing worse than. I don't understand. Chris, you're right, as always, and have a good one. Thank you, and I appreciate the like button. Make sure you buy at breakfast tomorrow. Thank you. Have a good one. But man, all right, less than a minute left.
You should know right now AMC is not going anywhere.
But I hope that, I mean, I think it seems like, I mean, here's a good example of the self-debunk right here. Yeah, I was hoping we'd have something.
And Coinbase is $40 a share. AMC is what, $6 a share? Give me a break. You know it's ridiculous. You should know right now AMC is not going anywhere. They're a powerhouse. They've got tons of cash. They've got truckloads of cash. They have little tiny baby debt. They have a great CEO. The short squeeze is about to happen. There's nothing to worry about with AMC. The hedge funds are done. They know it. The T+90 is closer than ever. We're looking at probably December 15th to January 4th in that range. I'll probably do a whole nother video on that. I'm going to cut this video short right now because I don't want to make it too long.
He already did a video on that.
Please hit like, please hit subscribe, please add notifications, and at the very end,
he scrutinized the date and said,
you.
nope, you all
please put some
creating
exciting, bullish, positive,
all these
good
different
news in the comments.
Now fuck off. Literally, go fuck yourself. Okay. Yeah, he scrutinized the date and said, oh, these people are saying all these other dates, but no, it's this. I calculated it's this day. And then turned around and said, but it might not happen on that day. I mean, it might happen, a week later. So then the fucking date doesn't matter then, does it? Oh, it's this day. Anybody else saying another day is wrong. Well, it might not happen on this day. Yeah, give yourself a fucking out. What a piece of shit. And here's an idea. Don't make a fucking video when you're on cough medicine or whatever the fuck, or you don't take your don't want to be retarded today pills. I mean, seriously. Why? Oh, there's a lot of cautionary tales here. Yeah, in a date range. I mean, yeah, let's harp on 90 days and then literally give a 2-week 15 fucking day window of when it could actually happen. I mean, that is a liquid goalpost right there. It's a well-oiled goalpost and sliding all over the place wherever it needs to go to ensure that this guy doesn't look like a clown. It's too bad. He already does. All right. Word from the sponsor.
To some of you who are watching this program right now, Today is the most important day of your life. Let me tell you what happened
Believe
to
it.
me. In 1975, me and my family came to America as poor
Have a good one,
immigrant people.
baloney.
We were broke, destitute. Take a look at this picture here. Me, mom, dad, 10 brother and sister had to live in a little bitty tent like this. After we got out of the tent, all I could get was odd job like dishwasher,
How many apes
busboy
are
to
living like
support
that
the
now?
family because I couldn't speak English. Thank God that I developed this unique system to make millions in real estate starting from nothing. As a result, we became financially independent. Several years ago, I made a decision to share this wealth building principle with many people across the nation. Many people came to my course, took my training, and became very wealthy. Many of my students are about to get on TV to tell you how my system has changed their life. If you want to become financially independent, come to my seminar. Let me show you how to make the fortune you have
so
always
much
dreamed
money
about. And someday, don't forget,
that
get on the plane, fly to Florida, visit
selling
me here
you
at my humble home, and get on
secrets on
television.
how to do it.
Motivate others by sharing your success story.
Pick up a pen and write down the location of Mr. Vu's free 90-minute real estate investing seminar.
All right, Shadow
Secrets
Stars,
of
have a good
Success.
one.
We'll be right back.
All right. Secrets of Success. Nowhere to be found here. All right. An abbreviated look at this. Fuck you, pay me. Oh, the token thing. All right. Too long didn't read. Where is it? FINRA is attempting to allow short sellers to sweep away their over-leveraged positions in MMAT. Oh. Oh, right. Okay. Well, you better mobilize. We need retail unity. More hedgy fear. Oh boy, they're scared. What are they gonna do? I'm out. Yeah, right. What? Oh Jesus. What does this mean? I mean, I know what it means, trust me, but out of money to buy more shares until, oh, that's funny. They thought they wanted to make people think that they sold. Let's see. When you plant a seed, you don't keep digging it up to check on it all the time. Well, that's funny. Or complain when the weather doesn't go the way you wish it would. Instead, you wait patiently. Unless it was a damaged seed. What if it was a damaged seed? It doesn't grow right. It just becomes a little baby plant and then dies. And it has a major like growth on the stalk that chokes it out, damages the xylem and phloem. I don't know the exact mechanics, but it doesn't develop properly. So you should check your seeds before you plant them. Get the heirloom seeds. It's worth it. Reminder. Oh, it's inevitably upon us. Please take into consideration smaller accounts. These guys have single digit under. Yep. Hold for literally, guys, here's what you got to do. What you should do. Don't sell. Don't close your positions when you should for your own maximum profit. Make sure that you consider other people's positions when you are liquidating your position. In other words, investing is a team sport. I did not know that. It's not my middle finger. It's my unicorn fist. Special snowflake unicorn. Mid-bankruptcy fears. AMC Entertainment. It's still burning cash and may be able to. Yeah, I think I saw this one. Libelous. They're calling it like creditors are reportedly organizing in anticipation of a bankruptcy filing. I sent John Merriweather of AMC Entertainment Investor Relations, wow, this article, and told him the AMC lawyers, wow, look at that, taking action. That's good. Oh, look, still buying Ape. God damn. I mean, I'm gonna have to leave it right there. That's something. All right. Well, we'll see you tomorrow for the futures stream, and we'll go a little deeper into this, just for the
majority of America's richest people made their fortunes in real estate, and many of them did it in bad times. Right now, thousands use the profit investment plan with no speculation, no credit, and with little or no cash. Famous real estate expert Tom Vu wants to show you how to become financially independent in today's economy. Learn the safe, simple, sure way to make money in real estate, even if prices are not going up. Discover the secret to financial freedom at the following free 2-hour seminar. Monday.
The first seminar is always free.
Only at the LaGuardia Royce
always
Hotel.
Free.
9010
Get ready for the hard sell.
Parkway, East Elmhurst, New York. Monday, February 18th.
Make sure you write these down.
Only at the Roosevelt on Madison Avenue, 45th Street in Madison Avenue, New York City, New York. Monday, February 18th at 8 p.m. only at the Sheraton Newark Airport, 901 Spring Street, Elizabeth, New Jersey. Remember, that's Monday, February 18th at 10 a.m. only at the LaGuardia Royce Hotel, 9010 Grand Central Parkway, East Elmhurst, New York. Monday, February 18th at 3 p.m.